Okay, TV 18? Okay, perfect. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the August 24th, 2021 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Amanda Skyer.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
Dan Pinkney.
Here.
Gabriel Joslowski.
Here.
Ken Breslauer.
Here.
Reginald Stanball. Let the record reflect that Reginald Stanball is not present. Keith Williams.
Here.
Donna Tomaszewski. Let the record reflect that Donna Tomaszewski is not present.
Okay, we now move on to the approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. Do we have any changes to the agenda as presented?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there any member of the board that would like to make a change to the agenda as presented? Okay, seeing none, can we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting agenda.
Second.
Second. Okay, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to approval of the minutes from the July 27th meeting. Do you have any changes to the minutes? Okay, can we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes from the July 27th, 2021 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to report of the Historic Preservation Planner.
Good evening, Frederique Mettner, City Historic Preservation Planner. Just a quick update since the board's last meeting. We've had 79 Level 1 applications and 25 zoning reviews. And I also wanted to bring to your attention that I did send an email to some webinars that the National Trust for Historic Preservation is offering. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We now move on to remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we make our decisions based on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask you to please keep this in mind when making your comments. For each case, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present, 15 minutes if there's a demolition, and it's very important this evening that we abide by those time limitations because we do have a large agenda. And after the applicant makes their presentation, staff will make a presentation. Then we will open it up to public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. And after public comment, if the applicant wishes, they will have an opportunity for rebuttal. To lead into this, we need to let you all know, one more thing I wanted to add. After the rebuttal, we will go into executive session, and that's when we will make our decision. So to lead into this, we need to let you know if we have had any conversations outside of this meeting, and so we will now declare an ex parte communications. Mr. Williams, if you would like to start.
Yes, I have had ex parte communications on project. I'm looking for it here. On Washington, I think it's 13110 Washington. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, 13140 Washington Road, case number 21-59. I will actually have to recuse myself from that project as I am working as a landscape architect on it.
I'm sorry, you'll be recusing yourself from one of the cases?
Correct. Yes, I'll be recusing myself from case number 21-59.
Okay, and I believe there's some paperwork for you to fill out.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Gabe Jaroslavsky. I spoke with the design team and the owner of cases 21-57, 21-58, and 21-59. I had a conversation with Mr. Hooligan regarding case 20-56A, and I had a conversation with Mr. Smith, case 21-67, but I can make my own decisions based on the evidence presented tonight.
Kristen Kellogg, I spoke with the applicant regarding case number 20-56A. For case 21-65, I have a conflict and will not be voting. I also have a conflict for case number 21-67 and will not be voting. I've filled out the appropriate forms and sent them to city staff. For Washington 3120, 3130, and 3140. I received emails from the applicant. I received a call from a reporter of the Palm Beach Post and spoke with them. And I've also had several calls and correspondence from citizens in regards to the project. I also spoke with Ms. Mittner on the cases before us this evening, but can make my decision based on the testimony presented.
Ms. Geyer, I also discussed the projects on tonight's agenda with Ms. Midner.
Okay, thank you. Amanda Skyer, I have had communications with the architect for 21, 57, 58, and 59. I did also speak to the same reporter regarding those cases. And I also spoke with the architect of record for 2168. And finally, I spoke with Ms. Mittner about all of the cases on tonight's agenda, but I can base my decisions on the evidence presented.
Dan Pickney. I received a phone call from the architect of record for the properties on Washington Road, 3120, 3130, and 3140, but these projects weren't discussed, so I can make my decision based on testimony given and the evidence presented.
Ken Bressler, I received an email regarding case 2157, otherwise no ex parte communication.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Do we have anyone here that wishes to make public comment on an item not on the agenda this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the swearing in of our speakers. If you plan on speaking or think that you may end up speaking, please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one consent case on tonight's agenda. Can we please have a motion to approve the consent case?
I move the board to approve tonight's consent cases. Is one case, case number 21-65222 Almeria Road.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. If you are case number 21-65222 Almeria Road, your case has been approved. We'll now move on to continued cases, beginning with case number 20-56A, 253 Barcelona Road.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Historic Preservation Board members. For the record, Harvey Oyer. I am a trustee of the Ann Norton Sculpture Garden, and I am here on their behalf to remind you we were before you last month seeking a resolution to whether or not to restore the existing windows or replace with an impact window the Barcelona-facing windows on the historic Ann Norton house. You tasked us with going away and finding possible other alternative windows other than the one that we suggested. We've done precisely that, and my colleague, architect Tim Holohan, is going to report back to you with the outcome of what you've tasked us with. But before we do that, I want to read a letter into the record from one of our trustees that wanted to be here this evening, could not be. For the record, our Board of Trustees unanimously support and request the replacement of the existing Barcelona-facing windows with the impact windows, which is our request. But one of our board members in particular asked that I read this into the record. It is from Mr. Jeff Coons. As an advocate of historic preservation in Palm Beach County for over 40 years, as a former city commissioner, former board officer of the Norton Museum of Art, and current chair of the Garden Committee of ANSG, an organization that I've supported for decades, I ask that the City Historic Preservation Board strongly consider the request from ANSG to use historically accurate hurricane impact windows on the street-facing facade of the Norton House. ANSG's concerns about south-facing exposure of this historic treasure are critical to its operation as a public museum. The organization has a fiduciary responsibility to select and install the most effective and efficient window system to preserve the exterior envelope of the house and to protect its interior. Protection of the Norton House in this manner is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines and represents an opportunity to elevate the history of the city of West Palm Beach and the El Cid neighborhood, as well as the educational and cultural legacy of Ann Norton for years to come. Sincerely, Jeff Coons. With that, I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Tim Houlihan, who will walk you through precisely what we've done over the last 30 days to address your request. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, everyone. And I want to begin on behalf of Van Norton Sculpture Gardens and myself by thanking everyone for the deliberative discussion last month. It was very, very positive. We took it as an encouraging sign, and tasking us with the research was a great outcome for us, and we're happy to report good results of that. Those two documents should be in your packet, and I'm going to do a little recap prior to addressing those two documents. As we showed you last time, this is how it looks today, a beautiful structure. And as I pointed out, it's a Maurice Fazio original that was modified by Marion Sims Wyeth in 1937. And today, because of a show house design scheme, it now reflects the Mediterranean revival theme, although the Monterey style is what it is today. And we're going to correct that with the proper color scheme for the windows and doors and the stucco. I want to begin with this slide because it's central to everything that Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens wants to do, and we want to help them with. As John Blades said, everything begins with the exterior envelope in his initial report in 2019. Those 5 things listed there are critical to elevating this museum to a world-class museum, and it's a place that they absolutely should go because of who their legacy is, Ann Weaver Norton. They are the caretakers of 50 years of artwork, correspondence, and scholarly letters and papers from Ann Weaver Norton, an enormous collection that is monetarily aside, it's valuable to our culture and our community is immense. And it's something they take very seriously, as do I. That prior slide raised the question last time, wondering if we were implying that the windows and doors on the Flagler Museum were replacement windows and doors. I spoke to John Blades about it because I didn't know the answer last month, but I do today. Approximately 1/4 to 1/3 of those are replacement windows. The 3/4 or 2/3 that they were able to save, he said, Tim, this is a long, nuanced conversation for another day, but the city of West Palm Beach needs to know that the reasons why they could save a lot of the windows at the Flagler Museum are the very reasons why they cannot and should not be saved at Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens. And that has to do with this slide that I showed you last time. The Flagler Museum, like the old courthouse, is gifted with thick walls. There's plenty of width there for a secondary system. We don't have that luxury at Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens. It's a 2x4 structure. The window takes up the entire jam width. I showed you this last time. It's from the building code that says we shall use not only the Secretary of Interior standards, but the guidelines as well. The meat of their guidance is in the guidelines. In this particular item, the guideline on resilience and natural hazards is incredibly important to us and frankly any historic building that's in a hurricane zone. And I asked you to focus on this sentence last time, the last 4 words, retention and continued preservation, because the theme of this guidance is let's make sure the buildings are still here after a hurricane so we can continue to preserve them and aren't faced with the task of rebuilding or recreating them. And I wanted to take a minute here and highlight a few more sentences, because I think the theme that I pointed out is pretty consistent. The potential impacts of natural hazards on historic buildings should be carefully evaluated and considered. Secretary of Interior telling us to do that right up front. If foreseeable loss, damage, or destruction to the building or its features can be reasonably anticipated, treatment should be undertaken to avoid or minimize the impacts to ensure the continued preservation of the building and its historic character. I'm thinking about replacement windows and doors when I read that. Beginning of the second paragraph, some impacts of natural hazards may be particularly sudden and destructive to the historic building, such as coastal storm surge, a clear reference to hurricanes, and may require adaptive treatments that are more invasive than what we're used to. This was 2017 when this language was added, and I believe it's asking us to think a little differently when we're talking about a building in a hurricane zone. This is a sentence that Frederic read to you last time. When a treatment is proposed for a building that addresses such potential impacts and will affect the building's historic character, other feasible alternatives that would require less change should always be considered first. That's absolutely what we did. That's absolutely why we're proposing a replacement window, because the other choice is an exterior shutter system that would do more harm to the exterior, in our opinion. The last sentence, again, reinforces that notion of resilience. The goal should always be to minimize the impacts to the building, historic character to the greatest extent possible, and adapting the building to be more resilient. Guidance from the Secretary of Interior asking us to make these buildings more resilient. I wanted to show you a couple of landmark buildings that have replacement windows. Town Hall in Palm Beach, designed and built in 1925, expanded in the 1960s, renovated in 1989, and finally an award-winning rehabilitation restoration by Digby Bridges and Mark Marsh in 2010 used replacement windows. There's a photograph of one of them there. One of my favorite buildings in the town of Palm Beach, a Maurice Fossio gym from 1936 or 37, is the library at the Four Arts. It too has replacement windows. On this side of the water, a building that I'm very familiar with is the State Health Laboratory building constructed in 1921. On the left is a rendering that was in the Palm Beach Post in 1920. You can see a reference to darker windows than that are there today. In the middle is the low period of that building's life in the 1970s. And on the right is how it looked in 2018, pretty much how it looks today. It became the city of West Palm Beach's first ever landmark building in spite of having replacement windows in 2006. Those replacement windows weren't done all that well. They're aluminum, they're bright white, the mutton spacing is correct, but if this board were guiding that architect today, they would guide them in a better direction. But in spite of that, it became the city's first landmark, and the historic character of the building is harmed only slightly. I would imagine a lot of people wouldn't recognize the replacement windows if it weren't pointed out. The only thing that is original is the front door and the arched transom window. Similar to our decision on the studio, we preserved the unique windows there that are works of art. That arched transom window is a work of art. The architect had similar thinking. Everything else was replaced except that unique element was preserved. The front door is a solid slab of cypress, 2¼ inches thick, and it was preserved as well. I showed you this from the building code last time. It essentially says that the owners of historic buildings should now be denied the right to strengthen the building. And it's the decision of the building official only. However, this board, and thank goodness we have this board, because that's a fairly frightening thing when you think about it, this board has the task of guiding those strengthenings in a way that is sensitive to the historic character. And the last two slides are the items that were in your packet. This is a side-by-side between the Hartman window that was suggested last time and the Colby window that we specified. You'll see in every case that the stiles and rails are thicker with the Hartman product. Math and engineering are stubborn things. You put in data and you're going to get the same answer on the other end. Even though they're custom, they still have to meet the same code requirements, and the Hartman window has thicker stiles and rails. Then we put together this matrix, which may be better discussed under question and answer if you've all had an opportunity to review it. I'll brush over it quickly. It shows a comparison of Colby and the existing window, the two pink columns on the right, to 5 other windows. Tischler is another custom window manufacturer out of Miami-Dade County. Anderson, Marvin, and Pello are names you probably know very well. In every case, the stiles and rails are larger with the other 5 windows. And I want to draw your attention to the 2 pink columns on the right. Colby is surprisingly similar to the windows that exist there today. 3 out of 3, except for an 1/8 of an inch on one of them, is exactly the same width. The middle rail, which is very thin and can never be replicated in a hurricane-proof window, is 7/8 of an inch thicker. So again, we feel like this window is the right choice. And I want to point out that I was the 3rd professional to recommend Colby to Ann Norton Sculpture Gardens. John Blades was the first, the contractor Greg Lewis was the second. And when I was the 3rd, Ann Norton was, well, that's 3 for 3, let's go for it. It's the right window for a lot of reasons, and a lot of people are using it, and a lot of people are recommending it for the reasons this chart shows. The glass is another. The glass with Colby is the thinnest you can find, and that's a result of engineering, the same engineering that allows the stiles and rails to be the thinnest you can find.
Madam Chair, the time limit has been reached.
I'm almost done, thank you. The thinness of the glass is key to the clearness, as everyone probably knows, and the other elements of clearness have already been met by our specification. In fact, we ask the general contractor and window supplier to do exactly this, make the glass as clear as the glass that you're replacing. That's in our specifications. That leads to a conversation, and we know how to make the glass clear, and it is. Thinness being a big part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
You were just speaking about the glazing. Last time we had asked for a sample of the glazing. Do you have that with you?
We've actually taken delivery on a lot of the windows, and we can now use an actual window as a sample if you'd like to see that.
Do you have one here?
I don't have it here. No, I didn't know that was a requirement.
Any further questions? I do recall us requesting a sample at the last meeting. So that would have been helpful to have a visual. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Mittner?
Frederique Mittner, City Historic Preservation Planner. I will keep my presentation brief since you've heard this case previously and had an update from the architect this evening. This is again a request to amend a previous condition for the Ann Norton Sculpture Garden window replacement project, as well as some other modifications. You all are familiar with the street-facing portion on Barcelona. And again, these are the openings we're speaking about, these 3 on the bottom and these 3 on the top. As was indicated last time, this is the original window from the original construction, but the others are associated with its period of significance. The request is still to replace the front windows with the same product that is being installed and was approved on the sides and rear, a Colby aluminum clad product in the basil finish to match the color that was there before. This was the comparison that was previously submitted, and as the architect just indicated to you and was included in your packet, this matrix comparing the different products that are out there, that some of these names were suggested at the last hearing, and where they could compare the existing profiles to these manufacturers. You also saw this cut sheet that was in your packets as well as presented a minute ago. We reviewed the additional materials and we felt there were no graphic examples. It was a matrix, but staff is still recommending that condition number 1 stay in place, that those windows be retained and preserved to meet Secretary of the Interior Standard number 6.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any members of the public that wish to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll now go into executive session. So I believe it was our architects that requested, or I believe, more information about the replacement windows. Was that correct?
Correct. I know specifically one of the things we had talked about last time was the glazing sample, that there might be a clearer product than the reflectivity of the low E glass that we're used to seeing before us. I have not seen that product. I believe Ms. Mittner indicated she had not seen it before either. I did feel like we need to see that it's pertinent to the case.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Whether you feel a sample is needed?
I mean, I expressed my opinion last month. I think that what they are trying to do is to protect the building and the exhibitions inside the building. I think that it's not possible to add a window inside because there is no wall thickness, as the architect explained. I wouldn't want to see shutters or anything that affects the exterior elevation. So looking at this chart where the Colby dimensions besides the middle rail, which is a 1-inch difference, is pretty much matches the existing window, I would be in favor of approving this unless you really think that it's important to see the Colby sample, which I wouldn't object to.
Okay,
I agree with those comments.
okay. Would anyone else like to weigh in?
Last time, we spent an awful lot of time on the look at the window. I mean, obviously, a product with new technology would certainly be more effective than a window that's 100 years old. But just going on the look of the window, it's still completely different. I mean, measurably different as an optic. That's it.
Because this property functions as a museum and there's an obvious need to protect collections and to attract future exhibits, I'm going to support the application, even though this probably isn't a perfect solution. I think in this specific case, the need to protect art and artifacts outweighs the other concerns.
Okay. Well, I certainly think you all make good points and encourage you all to vote what you think is best for this project. I personally want to defer to staff's recommendation. I do think that we have shown how incredibly flexible we have been in accommodating as a board, understanding the need to protect the contents and the collections of this building, in allowing replacement of every single window on the property except for 6 openings. And so I think it's really important, because this is such a significant landmark within the town, that we really preserve the street-facing facade and preserve the integrity of at least that elevation. I think it's amazing the resources that are going into restoring this property, and I really commend you for restoring the original windows on the studio, and I would love to see these restored as well. But I certainly respect everyone else's on the board, your opinions, and it's okay if we have a split vote. So vote your conscience. And so with that, would someone like to make a motion? unless we'll have further discussion. Do we need any, do you need wording? I think you have it in your packet.
I think that it's just a straight approval with no conditions or denial.
There are still conditions that are relevant, even if we allow replacement, so that all replacement windows shall feature the clear glass.
Ms. Mittner, could you please advise on the wording for, I guess, our options for motions? So if we're
multiple
to,
options.
if we're to approve what the applicant is requesting, how would we modify considering there's a previous approval for the same application?
I would say you're just eliminating condition number 1 of your previous approval.
Okay,
And I think the typical standards, I think I heard clear glass is something they were proposing anyway.
okay. Thank you.
And the applicant would like to have a 5-minute rebuttal if that's still available.
Well, I don't think, because we didn't have public comment, aren't they only allowed a rebuttal if they have public comment?
It specifically addresses this man's comment.
Could the board attorney please
Right, I don't think there's
advise?
anything to rebut.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe there's anything to rebut.
Okay, that's, yes.
That's a yes or a no?
There's no rebuttal because there was no public comment. Unless whoever had a question wants to ask a question. Was there a question? I don't know if I heard one. I don't think there was a question.
Clarification on that slide, and we'll take 5 seconds.
Okay, please go ahead and make your I don't think there was a question, but if you'd like to.
Mr. Pickney said that this particular slide makes the replacement window look out of scale with the existing. And I should have pointed out last time, the photograph on the right of the sample is of a sample that's about this big. And the window on the left is an existing window that's enormous. So putting them side by side makes the sample look like it's the same size as the existing, and it gives you the sense that it's out of scale. But the research that we did shows that the Colby window will be the same as what's there. So I wanted to make sure you understood that this was misleading. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 20-56A for alterations in accordance with standard number 6, as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development. The condition includes the following. 1, all replacement windows shall feature clear glass, no low-E or tinting of any kind. 2, all balcony components that require replacement instead of repair shall be submitted to the staff for review and approval of replacement component.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
I believe the motion carries.
Favor? And how many against?
Oh, no, are we
It's a
split?
tie.
Was it a tie?
I think so.
Only a majority vote can approve it.
Okay.
A tie does not approve the
So what,
application.
do we try another motion, or what happens?
Well, you can try another motion, but it may be a tie as well, but the motion has failed.
Okay,
The application has not been approved.
okay. So the motion has failed, the application has not been approved. Thank you. Our next case, case number 19-58A, has been continued to September. That's 227 Rugby Road. So we will now move on to case number 21-57. Well, I'm assuming we're going to hear them all at once. Is that correct, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, we're
Okay.
going to go in sequence, so yes.
Okay, so this will be case number 21-57, 21-58, 21-59, and that's 3120, 3130, and 3140 Washington Road.
Can we make sure we have a quorum? I think someone had recused. I just want to make sure.
Yes, we did have a quorum for that vote.
Thank you very much.
I was not here for the swearing in, so I probably should be sworn in. My apologies.
If there's anyone else that needs to be sworn in, if you'd like to do so now. Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
For the record, David Lawrence with David Lawrence Architecture. So here we are again. We're back. We heard you, and what you have in your packets essentially is two options. But during the course of the time since we submitted these options and the time of talking to Ms. Skyer and Mr. Jaroslavsky and Ms. Midner, we really realized that of our two options, that really the second option is the one that really would not require variances and is really probably the more appropriate one. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do is just present the second option, and hopefully that will be acceptable. So I don't know if we really need to go through this again. You're pretty familiar with this context. This neighborhood is intermixed with Art Moderne, Mediterranean, and more traditional vernacular architecture. So what I'm going to show you first, I guess another one of the comments that you guys had was, let me just go back to my notes here. You asked us to come up with options, so we're going to present you with another option. You wanted the garage of the Befford Shoemate house to be retained. This scheme does retain that. And there was also a concern that we were moving the houses too far out of their context. This option that we're presenting tonight moves them far less. They are pretty much on the same part of the property, so we hope that that'll be more palatable. So let's see here. So this is okay, so this is the site plan, the current survey with the houses in their existing condition, and this is showing, where they would be moved from to. I think that's kind of a useful thing. So you can see that the house on 3120 will be moved to this corner, and the Befford Shoemate would be moved to this corner, straddling these two properties. So this is the context, and tonight you'll be seeing the presentation for this particular house. So I think that also adds to some of the context in terms of elements of this house are a lot closer than they were originally to the street. So I think that adds another dimension to it. So in this plan, we have the house that was on the 3120 in this corner. This house is pretty much exactly where it was in the last one. In the course of this application, we did add these accessory structures out here to kind of continue the development pattern, but I would have to say that when we see the video, which you'll see tonight, we really feel that we could really take that or leave it, and we really think probably, and I think Ms. Skyer had suggested that we not have those accessory structures out there, and I think that it is what it is, and I think that's probably good thinking there. And then, of course, this is the Bedford Shoemate house, and we had to adjust in order, from the time that with the packet that's in your application, we adjusted the northern boundary of the lot so that we could accommodate the setbacks. So it does meet all the dimensional requirements as set out by the city in terms of the minimum dimensions at the road, minimum lot square footages, all the setbacks are accommodated in this scheme. So I'm going to go through lot A, which is this up here, and then I'll pass it off to my esteemed colleagues, and they will discuss lot B, and then I will discuss lot D. And I have a snapshot of a developmental drawing, rendering of this house, so you can get some kind of general idea of the style of the house. As I said, everything's still being developed. They haven't applied. But I think one of the concerns that everybody seemed to have was what's going there. It's a mystery, and it's a concern. And we want to try to allay your concerns that what's going there is going to be in keeping with the neighborhood. And of course, it is always within your purview to review and approve it or deny it. So nothing's going to go there that you don't feel is appropriate. So, but we're here. We're going to show you something generally of what they're after to give you. I think it will hopefully make you feel a little more comfortable about what's planned to be going there in the near future. So this is the streetscape elevation with Lot A being the house relocated at 3120, Lot B being the new house which you've already seen, Lot C being the empty lot, and Lot D being the Bedford Shoemate relocated. So this is an enlarged site plan showing you a little more of a blow-up of this area. So you can see this lot is pretty much the same as the other scheme that we had in that location. And this lot, we had to adjust the angle of this property line in order to accommodate the setbacks, but it still works. We believe it works just fine. One of the things that we wanted to discuss in this that we really didn't discuss at the meeting last month was the concern about the precarious position that this house occupies at 3120. The seawall to the north of the property breached, and there's a lot of erosion. So the photograph you're seeing right here is the property to the north that they're before you today, and I believe their application is intended to restore this portion of the property back to its original place before the breach and the erosion. But my point being is that this house, as you can see, is very close to the water's edge. It's not inordinately high, and this seawall is breached. My client is in the process of making application for a new seawall, so he's doing everything he can at this particular time to do that. And the reason he couldn't be here today, unfortunately, is he got COVID, and so he couldn't leave, couldn't get on a plane, couldn't leave. So he offers his. He's okay. He's doing well. I guess he was vaccinated, so his case is mild. But he couldn't clear a test to get here. So he does offer his apologies for not being here. But was certainly, if anybody wanted to be here, he did want to be here. Believe me, but he could not. So I forgot to mention that earlier. I apologize. So anyway, you can see that this thing is in a pretty precarious position. So we'll talk about what we did for Lot A. In Lot A, what we did is, given the fact that the relationship of the accessory structure to the main house, we felt that pulling the drive over into this location, providing a secondary parking space away, would allow this little court area to be developed. That would be a nice space for enjoyment and also just pleasing, and also that given the fact that Washington Road is quite it's a relatively busy road and there's no parking on it, so we wanted to make sure we had adequate accommodation for guest parking, and so we have this area back here which would be a decent recreational area. So that, and this, in terms of the FAR and coverage, I believe it definitely fits the bill for being well within the allowable limits of that. So I would like to talk a little bit about, the one thing I would mention, this house is moving about 186 feet west, more or less. The other house is moving about 140 feet west. So that's not a huge move, and I just thought I'd mention that. So part of the reason we think that this is reasonable is that given the size of this property, go back to this for a second. This is quite a large property, and the house is only 2,000 square feet. So unfortunately, it's too big to be an accessory structure, and it's too small really for a lot of this size. So we really feel that pulling it up toward the street and allowing it to be, because it is a charming little house, and it very much is a part of the history of this area, and we feel that it really would enhance the quality of the historic nature of the neighborhood by bringing those houses more forward and nicely restoring them and giving them enhancing the aesthetic quality of the neighborhood. So let's see, go back to this. So this, as we discussed last time, we're removing the later additions so that it is truly authentic with what it was originally, how it was originally designed. We are going to restore the cypress windows that are in existence, and then the ones that would be added would be of similar kind. So this is the new plan here, where we convert this sunroom into something that's a little more in keeping with the character of the house. And you can see that the shapes of the windows that are in that area are more in keeping with what was there originally historically. And these are the elevations. You see, we're restoring everything. So the streetscape, these windows and this door and this window is in a location of an existing opening, and this door here is in the location of the existing opening in the accessory structure as it is today. This overhang here is designed to mimic what was in the original. You can kind of see it in one of the corners over here. See if I can get a little tighter on that.
Madam Chair, the time limit has been reached.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Could you bring us to, I guess, the latest information, please?
Okay. So the latest information was the site plan, and let me show you the video, if I could. That concludes my presentation on that.
Okay, thank you. So questions of the applicant?
I'd actually like to see the video one more time.
Sure.
Thank you.
This one's not upside down, which is nice.
Yes. I think this does demonstrate that the way we're reorganizing things, I think, makes for a positive situation.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So just clarify, so you still have to go and get all this land replotted, correct? Or approved to get?
That is correct. We have to replat, but we had to kind of start here.
But the goal is to plot it so there's no deed restrictions and driveways getting to homes. They'll have their own land and their own property. Okay.
Correct.
And then you talked about elevation, in particular the house near the water. Are you setting all these homes at the same elevation, or are you going to alter heights and create a little?
The way the floodplain is disposed is that the houses that are closest to the road fall into the elevation floodplain of 6. So they would be at, with the freeboard required by the city, they would be at elevation 8. The road is about at 3.
Okay.
So, but if the houses in the back will probably be at elevation 10.
Okay. So there'll be a difference in height.
Because the floodplain differentiates as, fortunately, those smaller lots are falling, in the place where we get another foot. So that helps us with, where we are at the road.
Right. And the Shoemate house, was that on the northern parcel, or was that always on the southern parcel? I can't remember.
In our in the last scheme that we presented to you, the Shoemate house was on the northern parcel.
Okay.
And we couldn't put it there without there being a variance, and that was the package that you have shows that with a request for variance, and it was determined that that wasn't an appropriate plan of attack. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question too.
Sure.
While the video is amazing, it can't capture the full flavor of the neighborhood in that section. And we spoke a lot the last time about context. The building that you move forward, in reality, is there actually more vegetation on the street that would screen that, or is it, as for lack of a better term, imposing in real life as it is on the video?
We have eliminated some of the streetscape foliage so that you can kind of see what's going on. So I guess it's something that we're trying to show you what's going on there. So it is not a perfect verisimilitude to what's there. It's more like giving you an idea of the spaces, the widths, their arrangement, volumes, and that kind of thing. So there is probably more foliage along that road than what's in the video. So they would be a little more screened. But the screening that we would want to do on the houses is, we have John Lang here. We have not submitted a landscape plan, but he's our landscape architect, and I'm sure he will do a really capable job of making it beautiful.
May I just turn to Madam Chairperson, since you live in that area, what are your thoughts about how imposing the structure is?
You mean in terms of proximity to the historic building?
No, it's proximity to the street in terms of changing the character of the street, of being imposing, or as I had indicated, in reality, is there more vegetation there, so it wouldn't be as imposing as it seemed in the video?
I mean, I believe there's oak trees lining either side of the sidewalks, but again, it's easy to try to think about how vegetation can help offset, architecture. But unfortunately, one of the things I always like to remind us and the people before us is that that's not within the scope of our board, is to really consider landscaping. So I think that it's important that we keep in mind, the actual scale and massing of the buildings rather than how they might be offset by landscaping.
Okay, I wasn't really speaking about new landscaping, I was talking about the existing context.
Yes, and I understand that. I think, there's not the same permanence with the landscaping because we could have a storm that could take it all out and hopefully it'll be put back, but we're not sure if it will be. So I don't think I answered your question, but.
Good enough. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Could I say one little thing?
Mr.
The
Lawrence?
the setbacks that are on that side are consistent with the setbacks that are across the road. So there wouldn't really be any incongruity in terms of, you feel like what we're adding is going to, come in on you. And you can see that in the video that it feels pretty comfortable along there, and the vegetation is just going to make that better.
No, I understand that. I lived there for over 20 years, so I'm familiar with the road. Thank you, sir.
Any further questions of the applicant?
How are you addressing the grade change between the finished floor elevation and the street?
Let me take you back to that. Let's see.
Was only 2 feet,
We have this area here will ascend gently, and then we have 2 series of steps, and then you have the last platform here. So we feel between these 3 steps, the idea is to soften it, to break it down so that it's not, that, and we're definitely mindful of that. And the rendering that we showed you, I think at the end, that reflects, you can see that's taken from the edge of the drive, so you can see that it's, you're on the roundabout there, so it's going to slope up a little bit onto the roundabout, and then it slopes up again, and then the steps kind of catch the difference. But it's certainly been thought about that it is about a 5-foot net transition, so we're picking up about 18 to 24 inches at the driveway, and then the bulk of it between the 2 steps of 3 risers at 18 inches. It puts you right there. So it has been thought about for sure.
And that's typical for all the proposed work? No site walls, just gradual grading?
I'm sorry?
That's typical for all of the properties? You'll have gradual grading as opposed to the site walls?
Yes. On the other one, when we get to D, you'll see that one's a little bit different. We've sloped the driveway up because we wanted to kind of preserve the roundabout in a somewhat smaller scale, but kind of keep it relating back to what it was originally. But yes, we've definitely are aware of the transition and have thought about it and been thoughtful about it in our design.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I forgot to mention one last thing too. There was something that came up about lifting the houses, and I wanted to mention that prior to starting all this, we did consult with Brownie House Movers, who are probably one of the most preeminent house movers in the state, and they've looked at these buildings and they feel very confident that they can move them without incident. So I know that had come up, and I forgot to mention that, but they felt very comfortable that these houses could be moved without destroying them. So I think that's important too.
Thank you for looking into that.
What is the square footage of the 2 historic buildings as you're proposing to restore them? Because I know there's some additions being removed and some modifications.
The one that we're looking at now, I guess, if we want to kind of try to stay in place, and I can address the other one because it's coming up, but this one is, the square footage is pretty much the same, which is clocking in at just over 2,000 feet. So it's a little 2-bedroom, 2-bath house. It's a little bungalow, and it always, we've tried to do what we can to make it more to today's standards inside that we can, but it's a little house. It's not even 2,000 feet. So there's not, but you do have the accessory structure, and I think that kind of mitigates its size. So, I mean, you do have a full another bedroom there. And in the other house, we can talk about that and potentiality, but you had mentioned, Ms. Skyer, that we would want to think about the eventuality of a possible addition, and I think that the other house, this house really, the way it's disposed really wouldn't lend itself to one. I think it kind of is what it is, and I think whoever would buy it would have to realize that its limitations is a little, maybe a pied-à-terre or just a retirement home, very much like, or using it just like Jim and Lila used it, just to, so.
So I'm looking at the square footage for the main house, and it's actually, it says that under air, 1,577 square feet.
Right, so it's
And
20.
then the Shumate property, as we discussed, is about 1,800 square feet. And I have concerns the way that these lot lines are being drawn, that there's really no opportunity for these buildings to be modified in the future. And are we really setting it up for, being usable going into the future? As we all know, we live in much larger houses than people did historically, and I assume that trend is only going to continue. So I certainly have concerns in making these small lots that just meet the setbacks, that it's really limiting the viability of these properties going into the future.
Well, okay, so let's look at that on this one. I would say that, there is some room for expansion here if you really wanted to. On this house, I think that, our intention is to put it back to its pretty much pristine form, and I think that, whoever would buy it or use it would hopefully respect that and want that, but you do have some room for addition in this area. You have some, I wouldn't want to do it, but you have some room in this area, but I mean, many houses have, that aren't huge lots, have very, very few options for adding on. So I would say that, it's a historically significant house. Hopefully, whoever would own it or buy it would want exactly what that is, and so. But there is some room that an addition would be possible on this house, and the other one too. I can show that to you. Like for instance, I don't have that one queued up, but you do have this area over here on the other one that would actually be concealed by the curvilinear wall. Be a perfect place to add something that no one would ever see. You could add a whole bedroom and a bath out there and a guest room or whatever. So I think that within reason, I think both houses can support some types of modest additions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you. Ms. Mittner?
Madam Chair, would it be okay if the applicants did their entire
Oh, I'm
presentation?
sorry, I thought that was
And
the,
then- so that
okay, that was just the first part.
That
I'm
was just the
sorry.
first house. And then I believe Raphael is going to do the new construction, and then we're
Okay,
going to go back
thank
to
you.
David Lawrence.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Thank you. For the record, Raphael Saladriz with Studio SR. And this is just a reiteration of the presentation that we did the last time. I do need to point out that any reference to an accessory structure is not part of this presentation. And if in the future, Mr. Heiniger wanted to propose an accessory structure, it would have to come back before you. So it's just the main house and the garage as presented in the last historic board meeting. As mentioned before, this was seen in a prior form on June of 2020. It was a slightly larger house. We modified it to fit on 3120. That's been replatted. The original house was presented as part of the 3130
and I think you can all remember, most of you are board members, that because, as David pointed out, the Belford Shoemate house that is on 3130 could not be used as an accessory structure because it was over 1,000 square feet. So we went through this elaborate process of trying to tie the buildings together to be able to just move it to the east side, and that was approved. So in some form, the house has already been approved to be moved, although albeit not in the form that we're proposing here. So this is let's see if I can blow this up for you. This is the new proposed 3120 house, which, as I said before, was originally proposed for 3130. I'll go through this quickly. It's an H-shaped house with a breezeway connection, a two-car garage with a playroom overhead. It sits on the water, a long alley of trees that'll be placed on this driveway. Here is the two-car garage, the breezeway, the two wings, center wing of the house, loggia on the back. The second floor, again, the two wings stacked on top of each other with the second floor balcony, the second floor playroom, a deck that connects the breezeway below, our roof plan, our elevations. Now, we did speak with Mr. Jaroslavsky yesterday, and he requested that we, if approved, that these windows be moved over slightly, or at least the ones on the outside, to sort of push them away from the corner condition there. And, we agree that that would be a better situation since it doesn't affect the bedwall. Our window schedules, and then we'll jump to the renderings, which I think pretty much tells the story. This is the entry elevation. You see the garage with the playroom above, the breezeway, the deck that connects the two main wings of the house, center massing. Upper story being in a clapboard siding. The rear part of the house. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Do you want us to leave the renderings up, or?
Sure, you can leave it up. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was going to hand this out since Ms. Skyard suggested that we place the elevations of the original Bedford Shoemate drawings with proposed and everything, so it would be a much easier point of comparison from original to existing to proposed. So. So again, we've talked about this already, about the relocation. These first 6 slides are pretty much identical in terms of the Bedford Shoemate house moving with the removal of this portion of the later addition to this location. So as we mentioned, what differs from your packet is that we've modified this site plan slightly so that we would meet all the dimensional requirements. The lot gets about 1,000 square feet bigger. That would, And that gets back to Ms. Skyer's comment about additions, and I'll delve into that. So this is the streetscape, so the house would sit here. These are the existing conditions, so this is the portion that would be removed. This is the existing back part, all of this would be removed from the house. So this is the overall site plan showing its relationship. So as we discussed earlier in the first presentation, this would slope up to this relatively flat area, and then we have a set of steps here and another set of steps in the house. So the resolution of the transitions would occur here with somewhat of a slope on this relatively level, rounded area, but the idea being to kind of duplicate what was in the original, only a little bit smaller. So, but we've maintained the garage and the connecting canopy. So this is the original plan, and this alternate bay window was what was used. There's no way, because this has been destroyed, to know whether this was what was, whether that was actually built or not. So this is the second floor, where initially this was a porch, and in a subsequent addition, the porch was closed in, which is part of the reason why we felt that it was justifiable to keep that porch closed in, because Mr. Schumann himself had enclosed as part of the development of the house, as whoever the doctor, I think was his doctor's house, needed more space. So this is the existing plan showing the shaded areas, are showing what the portions of the house that would be removed to bring it back to its original condition. This area would be converted back into a porch, which is what it was originally. And on the second floor, this whole area here would be removed. And so these are the proposed plans showing the porch on the first floor and 2 bedrooms and the ability to get an extra bedroom, an extra bathroom in here, so we would have a 3-3. And back to what we had talked about before is that you can see this area here. What would be really clever about it, if you had to add on to it, is that this is a solid wall here. So, you know, if you could reconfigure the kitchen or do something like that, you could definitely create a connecting hallway, and you could add on to this house in a pretty unobtrusive way. It would not change its appearance from the street at all, and I think you could probably get another bedroom or another play area or something like that. So I think there's definitely room for this house to be added onto, even though the lot is 11,000 feet. So this is the original elevations. This was how it exists now, and we're taking things back to what they were. Now the shutters are there presently. On this plan, the shutters seem to only be on the back, but if that was the sticking point, of course, we'd take them off. None of the windows or doors on this house as it stands right now are original. They've all been replaced, so we would take care to try to preserve the patterns of the window, to the greatest extent that we can. The only, so this is the south side, sorry. So this portion comes off. So you can see these very closely resemble one another. The only difference being, the only area where we differ from the original house is in this area here. And that's, again, we're not 100% sure this really got built like this, but this is like a kind of a fancy screen door, kind of a secondary entrance. So we did not replicate that, but if that was the board's preference, we can. And so what we did do was make this more of a porch that it was, and that relationship to that door. On the back, I'm sorry, this is north side, basically keeping it the same. This has been stuccoed over. A lot of the brick on here is not real brick, it's a simulated struck brick. So this got done over in stucco a long time ago. If we wanted to do the struck brick, we could put it back, but we just thought it's the back of the house. Struck brick tends to have problems with leaks, so we But you can see that we're putting the window patterns back to where they were. And so the rear of the house, as I said, in this, given that we have the historic documents now, we've put these back where they were. So the only real difference would be in this particular area of the house and the fact that we did a French door and 2 side lights to kind of mimic the little bay. But if the board feels that the bay's got to go back and it's got to look exactly like it did, we will accept that. So this is a perspective from the front, and this is the perspective from the rear area. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
I just have one question. What's the material you're going to use for the siding?
I'm sorry?
What's the material you're going to use for the siding?
We'll replace it with wood siding. It'll be
Okay.
a cedar siding.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Mittner.
Frederique Mittner, presenting these 3 cases together. They are what you heard last month. It's just a continued application, 2157 for a relocation, 2158 for the new construction, 2159 for also relocation. By now, you're very familiar with this part of Prospect Park / Southland Park. That's on both the local and national register. This is subject site number 1, and this is subject site number 2. And these 2 parcels and a portion of this piece is what is being proposed to be reconfigured into this. So again, you have the home that's currently closer to the Intercoastal Waterway, shifted towards the west, towards the road, new construction back here, and the home that's back here, shifted closer to the road in front of 3140. That would create 1 vacant lot that, again, we have not seen a proposal for. We've gotten kind of an inkling, but again, not even a platted lot, not sold, no application in. And so then you would have these separate lots, and then, as the applicant mentioned, accessory structures could be contemplated here or not at the discretion of the board. This is the streetscape. One of the differences from your last application is that, again, this house at 3120 is just shifting further to the street instead of swapping places. Last time it was proposed to kind of do the matchy-matchy of the architectural styles. It is now staying where it is and does not correspond necessarily to the styles that are to the east behind it. So again, the request that I just summarized and the properties that you've already seen, the Shoemate house, that the applicant is now going to relocate the original garage portion as well as this curved entry, but this later addition would be removed, as well as some at the rear. This is the proposal with the lot line shifted since the initial resubmittal, so that no variances are required for the side and rear yard setback. You've just seen these elevations, the original, existing, and proposed. And then also, and the new construction that would be at the back of this lot. You've also seen this presentation. Really no change from last month. And then the shifting of the this home to the front of its existing lot. So we still believe, staff still maintains that it meets the compatibility standards and Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10, as well as the relocation section of the code, 9449. It does not lose much of its context. It does shift closer to the street, so there is going to be a change in development pattern on the east side, which will more reflect what's happening on the west than what's currently happening on the east. However, it's in closer proximity to its original location. The applicant has indicated there will be minimal, or there will be no damage, and certainly its physical integrity will remain, especially after later additions are removed. So we do believe this is a good proposal, and therefore we're recommending approval with the condition that all relocations and new construction are, of course, subject to the subdivision of the property in accordance with other zoning regulations. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
Do you have any concerns with how the placement of the house on Lot D obstructs the view of the house on Lot E? I had someone send me historic photos of the construction of Lot E, and when it was built, it felt very gracious and welcoming to the street. And I do have concerns about how the placement of Lot D impacts that structure on E.
Yes, it does definitely obstructs the garage component and, like you said, kind of the estate feel of that lot.
Thank you.
And I should also note that 2 emails were received, and they're at your seats regarding these cases.
So regarding variances, the way this application was previously submitted, there was a variance that was going to be needed for a side yard setback. It's since been modified, and now there are no variances requested. But that got me thinking about variances in general, and one of the guiding factors for why this redrawing of lots has been pursued is that these historic structures cannot function as accessory structures because they exceed the 1,000 square foot maximum allowed for accessory structures. So if we can give a variance for a side yard setback, can we give a variance for the size of an accessory structure?
Yes, it would be up to the board to determine that the standards are met, but yes, it is a numerical request, and it would be an application that you would hear.
So potentially these properties, if they were to be relocated, could be simply relocated closer to the road on their original lots, and properties could be developed behind them. Is that feasible with the lot sizes?
Yes.
And so they would function as accessory structures for whatever that new construction is on the water.
If they received a variance for the size.
And then that would eliminate the creation of a third lot that doesn't currently exist.
Yes, that would be a solution.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. We have lots of public comment. We'll begin with Lila Young.
Good evening to everybody. Lila Young, my husband and I, for 45 years, have owned 227 Sunset Road in El Cid, and we've owned 3120 Washington Road for 35 years, and thoroughly enjoyed it as it sat. We're delighted that it will be hopefully saved and treated with much respect and regard, because if we could live there for 35 years and enjoy it, I know other people could as well. The one thing I would like to say, if you have your El Cid house for 45 years and you notice that, like the front of mine is a Mediterranean, my apartment and garage are Mission, and there was just a likening there of flavor of the same, not that you have to have identical, but it was relatable. And that's really the only reason that I thought it would look better over on Sean's 3140 property originally, because his is very Spanish looking and ours is. But my main concern is that they are saved. The Belford Shoemate, I know if Dr. Brandon were alive, he would want it saved. Nancy Brandon loved it for years. And both of our properties, 3120 and 3130, are full of lush tropical plantings. We have 100-year-old strangler figs, 2 of them in our front yard. And I would hope that as much as that can be saved will be saved. I think that moving them I know mine will work because it's out of foundation block. I think Dr. Brandon's will be safe. And I think they're going with a very good mover. I would like to see them both moved to a certain extent because of their availability to storms. And for 35 years, Dr. Hudson next to me at 3110 would never put in a seawall. So that left Jim and I very, very vulnerable. And our seawall finally went during Tropical Storm Eta. And he's going to put in a new seawall, and hopefully the Hudson's property will as well at 3110. But I would love to see both of the houses saved, moved, and rehabilitated. I think they both have so much charm, both of them. Dr. Brandon's was a lot of it was made of cypress. Our house, we put a whole lot of Pecky cypress in, and I think somebody would thoroughly enjoy both of them as they would age and stay and remain as viable houses in the community of historic Prospect Park that Lori Volk and I tried very hard to preserve and protect, and to see it come to fruition as of today and the property values and what people are getting for the historic homes. It's only proof that it wasn't a case that it would hurt values. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Holmes.
Hello, I'm Kelly Holmes. I formerly lived at 3209 Washington, and I've been involved in Sean's process with these houses for many years now and a few presentations of this. I think this is a great opportunity for Jim and Lila's house to be saved and the 3130 house to be saved. And I think if it wasn't done this way, you'd find someone else that's going to do what was done to the one north of the park and the one next across kind of catty corner to that were sort of dismantled, torn down, and not saved. So this is, I just think, a really good opportunity and a very thoughtful process of saving these historic houses. And that's kind of all I have to say. I think it looks great and it's a good plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Heather, I'm sorry, is it Lebedecker. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Lebedecker. I've been a resident of Southland Park for over 20 years, and I'm very concerned about this. I'm very concerned about slicing and dicing a historic neighborhood. I'm looking at these layouts of taking 3 lots and making them 5, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle. That area of Washington Road, those are beautiful properties, beautiful lot sizes. It's like an estate section. And what I've seen up there is it doesn't go with what's all around. It's not similar. It's very different. I mean, that one house, I mean, there's no other house that's that close to the road like that, and then having another home behind it. I mean, when we want to preserve our historic neighborhood, aren't we trying to preserve the homes and the ambiance of it all? I mean, are we going to turn into, we're going to start going towards 0 lot lines with big mega mansions, or, I mean, I feel that's how we're going. I mean, I have a nice property on Grayman, and we had a nice offer over in June, and it was from a developer. He wanted to divide it and then build a house and save the house, on the one side. He contacted the city, and the city, you can't do that. It's not going to be, he just got the no. And so we're staying where we are, but I think it puts the city, if the city's going to pick and choose who's going to be a winner and loser in the real estate game about whether someone can divide a property and build another house or transfer a house to it and then sell it and make a lot of money, I mean, you're picking and choosing who's going to profit. And I don't think that's fair to everybody. I don't think that's what the city wants to open itself up to, legally. But it's just, like I said before, it's a historic neighborhood. Let's keep it looking like a historic neighborhood. If that's what we were talking about, restoring and keeping everything how it was, 50, 60 years ago, 80 years ago, then let's do it. Let's not make an exception for this, because then you're going to have people come after this and they're going to ask the exact same thing, and it's not going to look how it looks now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ralph Whitehall. What? Sorry, again, if I'm I'm having a hard time reading some of the writing.
Yes, hi, my name is Ralph Mitchell.
Oh, I really butchered that. I'm so
fine,
sorry.
that's fine. I live at 3307 Washington Road, and I've been sort of involved with Sean and his project for years, and I disagree entirely with the comments of the lady who just presented here. I think that what Sean has done is extraordinary. He is really changing some of the buildings to look like they were when they were actually built, not after they were modified. He's restoring some of those buildings into the original look, and that's going to be at great cost to him. He's also had an extraordinary effort to preserve the historic integrity of this house, which I think is what this committee is all about, to make sure that that is taken care of, number one priority. He's accommodated over the years, and I mean years, that he's worked this project, the requests, the objections, the comments, everything else. He's been over backwards to accommodate what people think he should do. And, he's very cooperative, and every time he does that, it costs him more money, but he's willing to do it to try to make what he's trying to do acceptable to everyone in the community. His job was to enhance while preserving the homes that are really worthy of being called historic homes, and there are a couple of them that you just heard Lila talk about, a couple of them on the property, and I think that proposal that he made is incredibly efficient and important, and I also believe that it will enhance the neighborhood without changing it much. If you look at the video, it doesn't matter if the house is 50 feet, 60 feet in or out. What you've got is beautiful historic homes on nice properties that blend in beautifully with the neighborhood. We are an eclectic neighborhood for sure. We've got little shacks, we've got big buildings, and I don't think what he has done is going to change that one little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Sanderson.
Hi, my name is Mark Sanderson, and I've been at 3180 Washington Road for 14 years, and I think what Sean is doing is a great thing. I think your staff approving it or recommending it is the right way to go, and I like the idea of putting these two historic homes on two small lots so that it's more difficult to make them bigger when someone buys them. I think you should keep them the way they were. Lila loved her house, and it should stay that way. And I think by having those two lots the way Sean has created it is a stroke of genius. The bigger homes on the water, you won't even see them. But from the perspective of the town, they'll increase the tax base. And I just think from a historic perspective, you couldn't ask for a better proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy Pullum.
Nancy Pullum, Belmont Road. I had some comments prepared, and as I sat here, I've kind of changed my concerns. And I want to share. The first one is, I don't know how anybody can give meaningful public comment based on guidelines and regulations when things keep changing right up till the meeting. anything that was available to public prior to us embarking on this review was different, and it's still going to be. So it's very frustrating. If we can't figure out what we're bringing forward, how do you expect people who want to give a thoughtful review of something to really look at it instead of sitting here listening to architects who are, oh, well, and we're going to change this, and well, maybe we'll do that, and whatever. So that's my own frustration at this moment. I want to also say a couple of things that disturb me. I spent 2 years of my life volunteering for the city, doing these guidelines, and doing the zoning that's contextual. I never saw one reference in any of the materials to the charts in the code that talk about the east side, the water side, and the regular side. We've seen pictures of all these houses. Oh, they're similar to what's on the west side of Washington. There's a whole separate category in the code for requirements for houses on the water side. There was no reference to that. There's a whole separate section in the Historic Residential Design Guidelines in Chapter 9479 about street facades, about how we look at things, about how things should be determined. And you as a board are being charged with making decisions without considering what's in the code. And even in the recommendation, and I really hate to do this, even in the recommendation, it's referencing the national standards, but I don't see it referencing anything local. So given all of that, there's a schedule of district regulations that specifically calls out Prospect Southland and Elsin. Where these get integrated, and then we hang this loophole that you can drive a semi-truck through of, well, if it can be replatted. So the replatting process is not a public process. So it, just like the lady said, so you slice and dice, and pretty soon you have a jigsaw puzzle of trying to fit all these things together, and you do lose context. The east side of Washington Road does not have houses sitting up on the street in this section. I have other things I would love to say, but obviously my time is up. I just think this takes some more study, and there needs to be more information given to this board if you're making such important decisions, and we're not looking at integrating. Last time I was here, I said, how are all these guidelines going to fit with replatting? I still didn't hear a word about that. So when we carve up all these individual lots and we say we're going to move this to the street, we're going to throw these accessory, there's even reference in the code to where accessory structures are supposed to be located. And this just throws that to the wind. I just find the whole thing is really not well thought out at the moment, and I really think it takes some more review and some more background for a board that doesn't spend their life doing this stuff to have all the information. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. John Prince.
Hello. John Prince, 3027 Washington Road. I've lived just north of there for about 11 years. A few things make me happy about the project. For one, the first Lila's former unit, I've never seen it before, so I think this will bring it to the street, which will actually showcase the historic nature of it. I know I'm also happy that he's going to preserve it to make it look like it used to look. I'm glad to hear that the walls are going to get repaired. I think that helps the whole community. And I'd also note that these are very large lots. I've walked by this area, this street, hundreds of times. And they're definitely the largest lots I can think of in that area. I think even the video doesn't give it justice, but I think there is a lot of room there. And I also think about about 3 units south of there, there's a small greenhouse right on the street, and there's actually 2 houses behind it. One's on the water, one's behind it. So I don't think that would really change the nature of the community too much as well. And so I'm here to show my support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just received one last request for public comment. Dora Pakunis? Hopefully I got that right.
Hi, my name is Dora Pakunis, and I live at 311 Westminster Place. I've been a resident of Prospect Park for over 25 years, and I've also renovated some homes in the area. So I'm here tonight to support the proposed project. I think Sean and Ashley have put a lot of time and thought into making those lots even more beautiful and preserving them historically. I'm also in support of the new house proposed tonight. It will be a great addition to our neighborhood. This is a well-designed and thoughtful renovation for development plan. I hope each one of you embrace this project during a time of unprecedented growth in our city that oftentimes threatens the character of our beautiful neighborhood. I ask that you approve this project and appreciate your thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also have 3 additional.
Okay.
One is actually from Mr. David Lawrence, which I will put into the record. The other one is from Mark L. Hello. Hoping this email finds you well in regards to Heinecker cases on this evening's Preservation Board agenda for 3120, 3130, and 3140 Washington Road, relocations and construction matters. I will unfortunately be unable to attend the meeting tonight. I was otherwise planning to attend in support of Mr. Heinecker's proposed plans and accordingly writing to you in favor of same. As a resident myself of West Palm Beach and the surrounding neighborhood for my entire life of 53 years and my extended family's residency within the city for over 100 years, we all very much endorse the efforts being expended in the realm of historic preservation of the Prospect/Southland Park neighborhoods. Your personal efforts and stewardship of same over as many years have been a compliment to the city and its character, which will last for generations. Mr. Heinecker's plans to invest in the relocation of what appears to be 2 historic homes to the western portion of their existing sites certainly preserves these historic residences and places them within the view corridor of traffic, pedestrians in the surrounding neighborhood, preserving the ambience of the street and enhancing the overall historic character of the neighborhood. Relocating these historic homes also allows for the redevelopment of direct waterfront property with more modern, up-to-date structures likely to better withstand the increasingly harsh elements of waterfront locations while further bolstering the tax rolls of the city. This is smart redevelopment the city should embrace during a time of extraordinary growth and new development, which could otherwise pose a threat to the character of our neighborhoods. With thoughtful consideration, please accept my endorsement of the proposed plans as presented by Mr. Heinecker this evening. End of his comment. The next comes from Dorothy Ingalls Goulden. It is unfortunate that I cannot be present at your meeting this evening as I have prior business commitments. However, for the record, I have no objection to the Heinecker family plan for the development of their property at 3140 Washington Road. As a matter of fact, I believe the Heineckers are going through their very expensive hoops to accommodate the city. In the end, it will improve the entire neighborhood. By the by, wouldn't it be prudent for the city to preserve the character and taxable real estate values to bury the lighting while you have this short section of Washington Road carved up? The light poles and lines cause vegetation, which takes away the shade as well as the beauty of the streetscape. I believe, having lived in my home for more than 40 years and have been an active participant in my neighborhood, it is my informed opinion that not burying the lines while the road is open is totally imprudent. The values of these taxable properties directly improves your income. Thus, it is my professional opinion you would get the money back more quickly from this neighborhood than a lot of other neighborhoods in this city where lines have already been buried. Please think about it. End of her comment.
Okay, thank you. You have opportunity for rebuttal. Do we have any further public comment? No? Okay.
I would just say that there were some things said that what we're doing doesn't meet the codes. Everything we're doing falls within the city's development guidelines, setbacks, and requirements. So I'm not really sure where that comes from, but we're meeting the rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go into executive session.
I just want to say that I think this is a pretty amazing project. It's not an easy project, it's a difficult project. It's a project about preservation. It's combining historical homes with new homes. It's creating a fabric and a texture on a street that has a fabric and a texture like this. I know there's mention about homes not being close to the road, but that's not true. If you head further south on Washington, there are some homes that are extremely close to the road. There's a quirkiness about it that exists in that neighborhood in El Cid, and I think it's really well executed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mittner, could you review the history of these lots and how they were developed at a different time from the adjacent ones? Was this part of the dredging project infill when these lots were created?
I'd be happy to address it, but I don't have all that information in front of me in terms of how much fill was brought in. I know some was on the lot to the north. I don't know how many square feet were here. They were definitely the deeper lots, but then as you go south, there are properties that are closer to the road, but I can't speak to what years these were expanded.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, so some of this land is fill? I'm sorry,
I believe some of it is, but I cannot speak to how much.
Okay. So the lots got deeper or?
Longer.
Longer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add one more note. The other successful part of this project is that you do have the long, narrow lots, and you have several of them in a row, and I think this provides a great opportunity to break that up and create a lot of diversity in that, on that street, which is important.
What do you think about keeping the homes on their original lots where they have historically been and moving them closer to the road to allow a new home to be built, as we can see in Lot B? And so that the home that's currently shown on Lot D would be on Lot C, and then a home could be developed behind it. So it's not preventing these lots being used to a greater use, but it's preventing the creation of a lot that's, well, multiple lots that have never existed.
Again, I think that's what's adding to the character. I like seeing these homes a little bit closer to the street. There's a little bit of an element of surprise when you drive through the property, the home in the back. I think it creates a layer that's not really unusual, in my opinion.
The only way that I would be in support of this proposal is by doing what you suggest, which is granting a variance for these properties to be used as accessory structures. I wish we had thought about that when the initial proposal came through. I think that it's still being extremely accommodating by allowing these historic structures to be moved. I'd like to think it's the best of both worlds to preserve the historic structures really in a pretty pristine condition, unlike a lot of the applications we see before us, and allowing the new development that's happening on the sites to be separated from it and not impeding as much on the historic structures. It's much more sensitive to me, also relocating it within the same lot, so it's not relocating structures just for development. It's relocating these historic structures in a way that benefits them to help them be safer from the sea level rise. I like the way that the grade has been addressed. I still do have concerns about the rhythm of spacing along the street. That's one of our additional compatibility standards. But given the circumstances, I think overall I would be in favor of the application if we granted it with variances for the accessory structures only. Otherwise, I still feel the same way I felt before about we're just chopping up, these historic lots in a way that's inconsistent with their development pattern. I do understand what a few of the people from the public said about the development being different. Even on one street, there's different ways that development has occurred. I live in the south end, and our street was developed in 2 phases. So one phase was before the infill and the dredging, and one was after. And so I think even on the same street, there should be a recognition of these different phases of development and different ways that they can be developed. Water lots being developed differently from the land lots. But yeah, I think it's a really creative solution to what we're seeing before us and in the best interest of these historic structures.
My thought, traditionally, certainly in the 19th century, early 20th century, houses were moved around all the time. Homes were cut in half, and one stayed in place, the other went to another member of the family. And even though these buildings are historic, in terms of local interest, it's not Monticello. The fact that they're still going to be on the lots where they originally were still preserves the context of the building and doesn't significantly change, in my opinion, the ambience of the neighborhood.
So you're saying you're in favor of the current proposal as is?
As recommended by staff.
Okay. I think the biggest issue for me is the creation of this new lot. There's no justification for it other than to create an additional sellable lot. It doesn't relate to the preservation of these structures. I think it's really important to recognize that these buildings are not in danger of demolition, immediate demolition. These are contributing structures within a historic district that are protected by the city and by this board. Any proposal for demolition would have to be approved by this board. Yes, they are in danger of sea level rise. And so with that in mind, I can see how this could be a viable solution for them to be moved closer to the road, because the alternative is if they stay in their current location and this lot is redeveloped, there could be massive additions on the property. There could be all sorts of things that really are antithetical to the purpose of this ordinance. And I think that the restoration work that is being proposed here is great. I really appreciate the due diligence that's going into it. I think the sticking point for me is the creation of all these new lots. I think if these buildings continue to exist historically on the same piece of land that they have always existed, and they were moved closer to the road to allow for a larger building to be built closer to the water that takes advantage of the size of the lot and clearly the property values that are very unique in West Palm Beach. I think that that is a reasonable compromise that also keeps in mind preservation principles. I really am concerned about removing these buildings from their context and the precedent that allowing this kind of redrawing of property lines would allow for. I also think that I do still have concerns if it were to be approved as it is presented, that it would really limit the viability of these historic buildings long-term in terms of, opportunities for addition and how those properties could be used. So that is what I would like to see. I mean, I would like to see perhaps a continuance, to see a proposal of these properties becoming accessory structures with the understanding that we would be open to providing a variance to allow them to exceed 1,000 square feet. And then we also have the opportunity to review it alongside the new construction. I mean, that's the other big elephant in the room, is we're being asked to redivide all these lots and we don't even know what's going in this lot C. So I don't know where we go from there. I don't know if anyone else is open to this consideration. I'm not saying like don't build a new house. I'm saying let's keep these houses on their lot and like let's be respectful of historically where they have been and not create something that's so far outside of the development patterns for the street by creating these odd shaped lots cut out of, in some cases, 2 lots.
I completely agree.
Can I just say one thing apart from that? And I should have probably said this earlier, and I'm not going to put anyone in the spot since we don't have any oversight over landscaping, but there are some spectacular trees on these properties, so I hope as much attention to saving homes goes into saving some of these trees. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll try a motion.
Okay.
Should we do it for all of them at once?
I guess, yeah. Do we need 3 separate motions or do we need?
I think we need 3 separates. It is listed as 3 different cases.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure how to structure it, so I would like to make a motion to continue based on Ms. Skyer's comments, but to do that in 3 separate motions.
You can move to continue each of these cases.
Together?
Yes.
Okay.
You may, that's fine.
Okay. I move to continue case 21-57, 21-58, and 21-59 to see a proposal at next month's historic preservation to have the historic structures operate as accessory structures, which would require a variance.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Nay.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay. Okay, motion carries. The case is continued. Thank you. We now move on to new business with case number 21-62, 301 Clematis Street, Hatch's Department Store.
Sorry, that was Keith. Did you not want that? Sorry.
Nope, I'll take it.
Okay.
Did she print her own package out? Yeah, she's got a whole booklet. Kelly?
We are ready when you are.
Should we wait for the board chair to return?
Nope, she passed the gavel to me. So we're
Okay,
getting
wonderful.
started.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, Harvey Oyer of Schutz and Bowen on behalf of the applicant. This is a bit of a novel matter coming before you. This is a historic eligible building on Clematis Street in your conservation district, together with an adjoining property that is presently a surface parking lot vacant that would be co-developed together, that is seeking two requests. The first is to place the historic eligible structure, which is at 301 Clematis Street, which is the northwest corner of the intersection of Olive and Clematis, to designate that historic under your ordinance. However, and the second part of the request, and I'll come back to the explanation on the first part, is seek pre-construction ad valorem approval for not only the renovation of the Clematis historic building, but also the new construction attached to it on the Banyan, presently vacant Banyan parking lot. Now let me go back to the conditions of approval on the designation of the Clematis building. Number one is the final and unappealable DAC special review approval of the new 12-story Class A office building to be located on the Banyan parcel. And number two, the approval of the ad valorem tax abatement on both. Why is this novel, or I believe it's novel? Frederick can correct me, where we have a entirely new development being attached to a historic eligible building of any size or scale. I know we've done it a lot in residential context. So this is a unique opportunity to preserve an important historic building on Clematis Street, of course, it's our historic Main Street, as well as redevelop a site that is unproductive and not attractive for the community, and instead replacing that with a much-needed office building. So my portion of this is to talk about the eligibility of the historic structure, and then I'm going to ask Keith Spina, who is the architect or one of the architects of the proposed new building, as well as the renovation of the historic building, to come forward and discuss the details of the restoration and renovation of the Clematis building, as well as the new building on Banyan. So my job is to demonstrate for the record that the 301 Clematis building meets the criteria of Section 94-48A1, which are the standards for designation. And as you well know, but for purposes of the record, it needs to meet at least one of those four criteria, A, B, C, or D, in addition to the top one. I'm happy to report that it meets not only the one at the top, but three of the four below, and staff concurs. And one by one, I will go through these. A, of course, is association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our city's history. I'll demonstrate that this building has done so. B, associated with the lives of persons significant in the city's past. It actually has 3 or 4 people significant in our city's past that help it meet that criteria. And C, embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, or represents the work of a master, or possesses high artistic value, represents a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction. And we will demonstrate that as well. And I think what that speaks to, ladies and gentlemen, is the high value of this as a historic structure. It's not just an old building on Clematis Street. It checks nearly every box for being designated. In the interest of time, I'm not going to walk through this entire history. It was in your backup material. I personally find it very interesting, and it speaks to why this building is important in the history of our community. In that area, either where the building is today or immediately adjacent to it, was a number of important business and civic buildings over the course of our history, particularly in the city's early history. 2 years after we were incorporated as a city, the Dade County State Bank building was there. We, of course, were still part of Dade County until 1909. I'm going to show you an image of both the old and new Dade County State Bank building that were located there. It was also the home to Guy Metcalf's Tropical Sun, which was the leading newspaper in Dade County in that era. And Guy Metcalf, of course, was one of our community leaders in Dade County. It became the Palm Beach Dry Goods Company. Later, a man named George Hatch, who we're going to discuss in a moment, moved to West Palm Beach and bought the Palm Beach Dry Goods Company. It was later the home of Pioneer Bank, and I won't go through the rest of this chronology, but I want to highlight some of the names in our history, such as the Tropical Sun, Guy Metcalf, Dade County State Bank, Pioneer Bank, all of which play prominently into the history of our community. You'll see that this gentleman Hatch expanded the store several times, and I'll skip ahead to 1936, which I think is where your jurisdiction picks up and staff's recommendation comes into play, because that is the year that this building was completely renovated by combining other buildings aforementioned into one building. And it was done so by John Volk, one of the master architects of our community. And importantly, it was designed in an art moderne style, which was the first example that I'm aware of this style being introduced to our commercial district, which of course started a trend that lasted for a long period of time. So we have the work of a notable architect in our history and the genesis of a style that lasted for several decades in our community. Also, interestingly, the property then passed to another noted Florida family in history, the Burdine family out of Miami, who, for those of you who grew up here, you probably shopped at Burdine's before it was acquired by Macy's, and it was Florida's leading department store. It also, for about a decade, was part of the Belk's chain of department stores. So it touched a lot of history. Now let's move on to the personalities. Guy Metcalf was an owner of this property. Again, founder of the Tropical Sun, predecessor to the Palm Beach Post. He was on the Dade County School Board. He led the effort to create Palm Beach County in 1909. He was our city's postmaster. In fact, the post office sat on the back part of this Clematis site, the portion that faces Olive. He was later our elected superintendent. And if you know your local history, he actually committed suicide in the basement of the 1916 courthouse, a very notable event in our community's history. Now let's talk about another personality important associated with this property, and that's George Hatch, who acquired that dry goods store, expanded it. He's the one that hired John Volk, and he grew that into a very significant store. He served on our city commission. In fact, he was on the last commission when it was still a 3-person commission. And it's interesting that he expanded this store in 1920, 25, and 36. 1920 was easy. That was the roaring 20s. 25, still in a growth period, but to expand it again in 1936 in the depth of the Depression was quite an investment in our downtown. And to my knowledge, one of the few property owners that was expanding in a time of economic contraction. And also a fun fact that we added in here, Hatch's store was the only department store in the state to have air conditioning at that time. So what happened during the Depression? How did he afford to do that? Well, there was a man living in Palm Beach who decided to invest in West Palm Beach real estate, something that we see a lot of today. His name was Bernard Kroger. If you've heard of Kroger grocery stores, it's one of the largest chains in America. And Mr. Kroger was a director and president of a bank in Palm Beach, and he is the one who allowed our friend Hatch to hire John Volk and create the structure that we're asking you to consider designating tonight. And then, of course, there's John Volk. I won't recite his history. It's well known. He's one of the most noted architects in our community's history. So let's look at the site. So this goes to the earliest days of our city, 1896 to 1912. And you can see that it was Pioneer Bank, and before that, Dade County State Bank. And if you can see right next to it on the left, I put a red arrow there. That was the original Dade County State Bank building, which was originally in Palm Beach, built in the 1880s. Today, that sits in front of Northbridge Center on Flagler Drive. And then let's skip ahead to 1912 to 1915. You can see there is now a new building to the west of the Pioneer Bank building, and that was the Palm Beach Dry Goods store that Mr. Hatch converted into Hatch's department store. Now, this gets us up to the Volk era, which is the era in which it would be eligible for designation. So this is the Great Depression and the John Volk version of the buildings. Another criteria that would be met is the Burdine family association with it for 10 years. It was part of the Burdine's chain, I think the largest department store chain in the state. Old Miami family. And this is as it appeared, very similar to the Volk design in the 40s. Here it is as a Belks in the 1950s, and what it is today. For those of you who have not been in the building, it is in need of restoration, has been for some time, and I think it has long been a desire of your staff and this board to historically designate it, and this is the opportunity to do so, again, conditioned upon approval of the proposed new building on the Banyan parcel, and both of those receiving the historic tax abatement. With that, I'm delighted to try to answer any questions about the history, its role in our city's history, the personalities associated with it. I think it very clearly meets the criteria, but if you have questions, I'm happy to try to answer those. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Keith Spina, who is going to discuss with you the detail of the proposed renovation of the Clematis building, as well as the proposed new building that would adjoin it and be attached to it on the Banyan parcel. Madam Chair?
I just wanted clarification. So your client is only interested in designating the structure if everything being presented by Mr. Spina is approved by this board?
That is correct.
Okay. So if there are any modifications, then designation is off the table?
Well, if there are modifications that the client does not agree to, but
Okay.
obviously if they're agreeable to it.
Okay.
It's a very large expense to renovate the Clematis building and to invest that kind of money in a building that, could be taller, could be newer, could be very different. Doesn't economically make sense unless they're deriving some benefit from it, which would be the historic tax abatement, if you're wondering about the logic behind the condition.
Okay. And are you aware of any examples of where this has been used in this way and applying it to, I'm familiar, I can think of accessory structures or additions to historic properties, but a standalone new construction?
You were out of the room. I opened this with, I think this is a novel request. Frederick can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been done many times, as you know, in the residential context with accessory structures, pools, pool cabanas, but to my best knowledge, nothing of this scale. So it is a novel request, but I think a beneficial one for this board to favorably consider. We have a number of historic structures downtown that I think will be coming to you soon that are very similar, where significant new construction would be occurring on top of it, adjacent to it, and that's part of the evolution of a downtown. And I think it presents a unique opportunity for your board to exercise its discretion in granting this, which will incentivize other developers to designate buildings that otherwise they're not compelled to designate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Oyer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Keith Spina O'Rourke. Thank you, Harvey. I always feel like I want to clap when Harvey gets done talking, and so good job, Harvey. I also wanted to just really quickly recognize Frederique. We've done a lot of historic projects in the city, and every time we do, we reach out to Frederique, and she's always an incredible resource and then also great at helping guide us through this process, so thank you, Frederique. And then I just wanted to share, we have a couple names up on the screen with ours, and Spina O'Rourke, our firm, we're excited about being involved in this project. We have B+H, which is a really talented architecture firm out of Toronto that we've been working with from day one on this project. It's been a great collaborative effort. We're all working together on both buildings to really do something exciting for the city. And then, of course, we have Brand Atlantic, our client, who not only is very passionate about their property, but also very interested and passionate about the architecture. So it's been a really collaborative effort and one that we've enjoyed. As Harvey said, he's talked about a lot of the ad valorem stuff, and I'll kind of just stick to architecture. We are going to do an alteration to the 301 building, the north, south, and east facades, and then we're going to do a complete renovation of the interior of the building. We are going to, in addition to that, build a new 12-story Class A office building on the parking lot at 300 Banyan. And both of those projects are part of this application. When we started this, of course, we tried to go through some of the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Harvey touched on that a little bit, but we do feel that both of these projects meet all the criteria, and we're involved in researching and studying that as we presented or designed the project. The property, just so we're all clear, 301 Clematis is the Nico's Pizza, some would call it. Harvey described it much more lovely as the history of the building. And then 300 Banyan is an alleyway just to the north or just north of the alley on the corner of Banyan Boulevard and Olive Avenue. There's a couple aerials that we just show. This is the 301 Clematis building. You can see the parking lot in this location, and just kind of an aerial of the surrounding buildings. It's becoming a pretty exciting corner with the whole Flagler Banyan Square and the Ben Hotel and all of that. The Clematis district is starting to migrate a little bit north, but we still feel there's a little bit of a gap here, and we think that this project will really contribute to filling in the gap and continuing what's going on in Clematis and moving northward. This is actually a site plan that shows more clearly the existing 301 Clematis building. Again, Clematis, Olive Avenue on the right, and then our proposed design for the 300 Banyan parking lot. First, I'm going to walk through the 301 building, and then we will go through the 300 after that. So one of the things, Harvey did a great job explaining the history. I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but as we learned more about the history, doing our research, and as we looked at the architecture, we noticed a lot of things that we thought would be applicable in the design, in the restoration of the 301 building. And one of the things that we see these really cool architecture from way back, and then unfortunately the evolution of it changes, and that's lost. But then again, there's a new piece of great architecture created by Volk. This is one image that we keep going back to throughout the design and throughout the presentation. We feel that this building, as it was designed by John Volk, was just really a classic design. We feel that something very similar to this is going to hold up really well today. And so this is an image that I'll talk about a lot today as we go through the design. Another thing I just thought was interesting, I have been to Burdine's. We used to go there right before we went back to school. Our parents would take us there. But I always thought Burdine's was actually on the City Hall site. And I didn't realize that it was at 301 Clematis originally, but it was. Then later, Belk's moved in, and then if you see way in the background, there's the Burdine's I remember that is at the building that we're at today, the City Hall site. So I thought it was really interesting when we found that Burdine's had originally occupied. And then this is what the building looks like today. And as Harvey said, somewhere around the 1960s, it became a multi-tenanted building. The department stores were over. They went out to the Palm Beach Mall, and
here we are. In addition to the history of photographs, there was some really good information that Frederique provided a lot of through her own research and Preservation Foundation in Palm Beach. That we found a lot of Volk drawings, we found plans. I'll kind of go quickly through these. Window details, we'll talk about that in a little bit. There was a time in which we had wood window details, more window details. We later then got into the metal or steel window details, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And then we just thought these were great pictures of the interiors of one of the department stores. And we just thought it'd be fun to include them. It was pretty fancy. And then again, back to the building that we're talking about today, 301 Clematis. So these are existing floor plans, and I'll go quickly again. The building today has a building lobby for the office portion of the building on Clematis. Then has a little office and retail, Nico's Pizza, and another place on the corner. One thing that from the beginning we wanted to do is restore the function of the building to get prime retail frontage along Clematis. So that is what we'll be doing. As a result of that, we have 2 floors of office above, so we've shifted the entrance off of Clematis so we can have retail, and we've shifted the entrance into the office building along Olive Avenue slightly to the north. The second and third floors are both very similar. There'll be multi-tenanted or single-tenant office users, and very similar to how it's been divided up to date. We have the existing elevations. We're going to get into that a little bit more as we go, but right now we have the existing elevation as it sits today. We have demo, which in every elevation we're removing and replacing all the windows in the existing building. And then we have our proposed elevations that we have submitted, which is the window configuration that we would like. And we'll talk about that, and I think Frederique has some thoughts on it. We have seen staff's recommendations, and we're going to try to address a couple of those as part of this presentation. Materials, the building has a couple things that we're going to continue with. We have a white and gray paint scheme. We have glass. We will be proposing clear glass at the ground floor, and we'll be proposing a light gray tinted glass on the second and third floor. We have gray metal frames, we have gray canopies for the awnings, and we have black umbrella fabric for the awnings. We are going to have some wood tones that both transfer from the 301 building, or the 300 building, to 301. And then, of course, as you'll see in a minute on the 300 building, vegetation is really important part of the design of that building. And we're going to bring portions of that vegetation over to 301 to tie the buildings together. One of the things that we did see early on in the Volk drawings was the base of the pilasters on the 301 building were stone material. We weren't ever really able to figure out exactly what the stone is, but we have a great plan for stone bases on the pilasters of the 301 building to replace what was originally. Today, there's a coquina material, and very damaged, really takes a beating, and so we think going back to the original stone material is a great idea. And so this is an enlarged version of the elevations. You can see that the window configurations are a variety, or actually this is just the additional material boards, which I'll skip over. If you have any questions on the materials, I'll be happy to go back. And then this is rendering of what the building looks like with all the materials applied to it. You see the 301 Clematis building in the foreground, and then we have the 300 building back beyond. We do have, the windows that we'll talk about. We have awnings that we continue, and we'll have signage, tenant signage that we'll be, discussing and planning along the way. The next building is the 300 Banyan, which today, again, is an existing parking lot. When we started designing the 300 building, and we knew that we were going to be this project was going to be a historic application, we of course went back to the Secretary of Standards, Interior Standards, and started to talk about things that would be applicable for the new design. We also, some of the comments and meetings that we've had with Frederique, she really brought a lot of things forward that we thought were important, and we agree, and we're going to address some of those in a minute. I always like to point out this, and you'll see another shot, which is this, which is what do we have today there? And, you know, I have the pleasure of seeing this all the time. My office is, I'm basically standing in the front of my office out in the courtyard looking at the 300 building site in the background, and it's one of the few on-grade parking lots and one of what we think the best intersections in downtown West Palm Beach. And just like a couple of other projects, we'd love to see something fabulous here, replace the on-grade parking with a great building, great space for people, and a great way to extend the Clematis district, you know, further north down Olive Avenue. One thing that we have done, we have submitted this project to PPRC. We've received comments, and so there'll be a couple things that PPRC that we're currently working through that haven't been addressed in this package. But one of them is we had designed a drop-off, almost portico-share on Olive Avenue. City staff wasn't real fond of that idea, and so we're currently working on redesigning some of those things. We do understand that one of the conditions of approval will be satisfying all the comments from DAC and PPRC, and we don't think that should be an issue. You get into now the first floor of the 300 Banyan. Again, this is the alleyway, 301 just south. And one of the things I'll talk a little bit more about in a second, but we have treated the ground plane of both buildings the same. We want to take advantage of some open space at 300 Banyan because the sidewalk along Olive Avenue currently on the east side of 301 is very narrow, and it's I walk that all the time going downtown from my office. It's a really narrow sidewalk, and to be able to encourage pedestrian activity further north on the 300 property is one of the things that we think is a really exciting part of the design and incorporates what's going on with both buildings. I'll skip through some of the floors, but essentially as you get above the first floor, we will get into parking garage levels. There's several of them. We then get to the first office level above the parking garage and think it's really exciting. It's actually the 7th floor. And what we think is really exciting about it is we've created this incredible space on the 7th floor level that's open to the east, and it's an outdoor amenity space that, in today's work environment, everybody loves, working indoor, outdoor spaces. And so we've really, created an incredible building all the way around, but the 7th floor space we think is really special. There will be a water feature, and then there'll be just some incredible, outdoor spaces, patios, terrace, gathering spaces for the tenants, for their friends, for visitors. And so just thought I'd throw in, that extra slide in there. As you go up in the building, every other floor alternates between a floor with outdoor terrace to a floor, the next floor up would have no terrace. Then you would go to the next floor, and it just continues that in the top part of the building. And then on the roof, we again have created another wonderful outdoor amenity that tenants, visitors will all be able to enjoy. Similar material palette, a couple things, a little different. We wanted to be respectful and have materials that combine the two projects together, but at the same time, we didn't want there to be any confusion, which we don't think there is, that this was part of the original historic building. Harvey had mentioned it, I think Frederic will talk about it a little bit, but we're excited. We think that, as Harvey phrased it, this novel idea of combining a new building as part of a preservation building is really incredible. We think it's going to provide an incentive to development that includes preservation at the top of the list. And so we're really excited about it. But with the design of the building, we didn't want there to be any confusion, yet we wanted the two buildings from an aesthetic standpoint to tie together well. The 300 building has concrete expressed columns, whether they're poured concrete or precast as it goes up the building. Well, we're still working that out, but it will be a concrete material and color. We have gray tinted glass. We have some spandrel glass. We have clear tempered glass railings that are behind the planters. This building is somewhat reminiscent of a garage that, John Ward, when he was head of the CRA in the city of West Palm Beach always talked about the 1111, Herzog garage in Miami. And this is reminiscent of that. It was part of the inspiration. Yet we've, taken it to the next generation and also added this, landscape element that's, we think is pretty exciting.
Madam Chair, the time.
The elevations show again the application of the
Minutes.
materials.
He's gone 5 minutes.
I'll skip through.
I'm
it.
sorry?
He's exceeded the time limit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Let me try to wrap it up here.
Thank you.
Couple renderings of 300. We'll keep going pretty quickly because I want to get to a couple things. Back to the parking lot and then the building. This is looking from the corner of Banyan and Olive. I wanted to just touch really quickly, and we'll go fast through this, but I think it's important as part of the discussion. Staff's comments. Number one was the pattern of the windows on the Clematis building. I'll go quickly. We looked at all the historic images of this building as it evolved over time, and it was a little confusing. I think that the 301 building, when Mr. Hatch hired John Volk, we think that's still the idea of what the mullions and window spacing should be, although we're trying to balance that with today's office environment and windows. We don't think there should be operable windows in the building, and that's why the windows on the 3rd floor, we think, had that. The windows that are there today, at some point, we think were operable windows, like casement windows on the 2nd floor. We don't want that. And so what we've done is we've presented, and we studied the windows. There are a lot of storefront aluminum windows. The windows on the 2nd floor currently, I think Frederic will confirm, they're probably steel windows. We've talked about that versus aluminum. We are proposing, as we presented, the window spacing that was presented in the package. I'll keep going through this so we can get... This is the presentation of the windows as they are today, with an alternate concept that we think took into account some of staff's recommendations that are a little bit closer maybe to what staff's comments suggested. So we are happy to look at that in more detail and consider that. We did look at the original Volk drawings. The existing steel windows were 1 7/16. The Hope or Bramball or some of these steel windows that are in the market today are very similar in size, and so are some other choices that we've used on projects that are a little bit more affordable, or not a little bit, it's more like a 4X expense versus X. So it's extremely less expensive than the steel windows in the market. It's also an incredible lead time with the steel windows in the market. So we just want to talk about that. But we showed a ES window or an SIW, both very similar profile heights, which we think that's one of the most important characteristics of the window as you relate it back to the historic context. So again, showing some of the context in the renderings, we can go back to those. The Hatches sign, there is a Hatches sign that was put on the building when it was redone. We don't want to confuse tenants and challenge tenants with placement of signage in the future, but we think the sign's super cool, and we think that we can do something really well that Frederic and staff will support in reusing this. With the sign's gone, but remaking and incorporating the sign somewhere into the design of the building because it's an important part of the history. So the stone base, we talked about that. We think we can match it. This is one of the drawings where Volk had identified a stone base, but it didn't really say what it was, just that it was stone. We like that. We have, by relocating the entrance to the building from Clematis, so we can get the retail on Clematis, we have shifted the entrance to the office, 2nd and 3rd floors, to the Olive Avenue side, the east elevation. As a result, we wanted to make it something that was relatable as an entrance to an office building. And so we eliminated one pilaster, and that was a comment that staff had. It's interesting because we don't think the pilaster fits and identifies the entrance to the office, which is a significant part of the building. It's 2/3 of the building. And then we also, would want to consider that the pilasters are on the northern portion of the building, which was a separate part. And, we always want to think there's a little confusion of when the pilasters were incorporated and all of that. So we would love for you to consider, eliminating that pilaster. This shows it. This is the area, but we do continue the pilasters down. We are going to continue them around to the north, but we're going to treat them differently. So again, there's no confusion that they weren't original. It just looks like that. All DAC and PPRC comments, we feel that those are going to be satisfied. And then the last, which is probably by far the most complicated part of this is, the important part is the design of the 300 building relates to the design of the 301. And we've worked really hard, B+H was a really, very, thoughtful in how we combine these buildings and how we designed the 300 building. And so I thought I would just kind of read through, and there's a couple different ways that we've done it. The first thing that we've done is what we call programming. And so this is the 301 Clematis building. This is Clematis on the left, Olive, and then Banyan in the 300. I talked about it briefly, but this is a retail environment. As you go, almost any time, day or night, the energy level on Clematis really starts to diminish as you move around Olive Avenue. It's getting better with a different activity on Banyan, but we wanted to design a project that incorporated all the ground plane of both 301 Clematis and the 300 Banyan. I'll show you in a minute, but we went as far as taking and sharing the uses that occur in both buildings. So we could easily envision a tenant that occupies space on the second or third floor of the 301 building, or a visitor going to 301 building, pulling into the Banyan area, dropping off their car at valet. They park in the garage in the 300, and they walk down the sidewalk through some great, open space that we've created, curated with F&B and things like that. And we really, it was an important part of not just does the architecture align, but does the building from a programming standpoint, make sense as well. So the next part of it is the massing of the buildings. And so we studied a lot of the components of the 301 building, and in a somewhat abstract but very real way, we thought that we could relate the 300 building to both the 301, and then even in one case to a building across the street to the north, because it's a neighbor, it's a completely different scale, and we thought it was really important. So we take these datum on the building, and you can see how we transfer. On the 301, there's a very strong, prominent cornice above the second floor, and we've tried to transfer that around to the 300 building. Because of very, very unique requirements in parking garage heights, maximum height, a lot of different things, they're not identical, but we did it in a way that we think is very relatable. We also think it's important, the perception of these lines that are transferred around the two buildings is interesting, because the 300 building is set back, I think 10 more feet than the 301. And so we think that the perception, we have really good intention, and we think the perception is there. You can see here the 301, our building at 300 defined by that the second floor datum line, and then the garage structure to the 7th floor that I shared as it relates to the 300 Banyan, or 303 Banyan, which is the Wells Fargo building to the north. And you could say, well, that's not a historic building. It is our neighbor, and we wanted to be respectful of that as well. And then we took, and again, very academic and very analytical, we took the size and proportions of the 301 building, and we tried to use the same rhythm as we applied it to the upper floors of the 300 building. So a lot of thought went into it. The vertical spacing of the elements, the pilasters on the 301, we've taken that same pattern and rhythm and applied it to the 300 building. It's very similar, and expressed the distance between the columns as it is on the 301, the distance between the pilasters. There are some very strong vertical elements on 301. We've transferred that and expressed the mullions on the upper floors of the 300 building. And then we got into some really unique things. This is a section of the 301 building at that cornice element. And what we did is a major part of the 300 building has a very similar expression of that cornice as it happens throughout the 300 building design. And it's a really prominent element. We think it works really well. And we think it's something that is real and transfers around through the building. I wanted to go back just really quick, and then I'll wrap it up. but to show some of that in this last rendering. Frederic was wonderful in sharing some of these comments with us so that we could start to discuss it. And so, but this starts to show, again, this open space on the 300 building. The food and beverage space that we have planned for this project will actually occupy the ground floor along the alley on the 301 building, but the outdoor dining will actually be in the alley and underneath the overhang covered area on the 300 building. So, I think that's really important to talk about the programming. But you start to see some of this is the datum line that we think is above the 301 second floor, and as it transfers around through the design, you can see the expression of the proportions and the spacing of the 301 vertically as they're expressed on the 300 building. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Harvey, and thank you for your time. Sorry I went over.
Thank you, Keith. So just to reiterate, that may be a little bit confusing what you're voting on and what our conditions of approval are. These are the 6 staff recommendations for conditions. So stated differently, staff has recommended approval with these 6 conditions. Madam Chair, we're delighted to discuss any of these with you and your board. I won't go, well, let's not go back through that. Maybe I'll just verbally restate what our conditions are, that we do not want to designate the Clematis building unless we have an approved renovation plan for not only the Clematis building, but also the construction of the companion new building on Banyan and the ad valorem tax exemption covering both of those.
Okay, are you willing to reconsider Condition 6, that the building be redesigned with those recommendations?
I think that was what Mr. Spina was alluding to, is that
it was considered?
I think he's trying to demonstrate that he believes it does meet that. I'll let him speak to it. Okay. And that, of course, is your purview, your decision. And if not, what do you think it does need to be different? So perhaps we can reach an agreement.
Okay, so you are open to that if we disagree that its current design is deferential or at least referencing the historic structure, and we'd like to see further modification. That is something that you're open to?
Absolutely. Look, we recognize this is a big idea here to take a historic eligible structure and virtually attach to that a new building that is in compliance with the code. I want that for the record, that the proposed new building could be built right now with no designation of the Clematis building. We can go on our merry way. So as a give and get for both the community and the developer is a true restoration of that John Volk building and designation of it, which I think adds extraordinary value to the city and the public. And in return, asking you to utilize your discretion to extend the tax abatement to the new structure, which is permissible under the code. I don't think anyone's ever asked that of you, at least on this grand of a scale. But I think what you're going to find as our downtown redevelops fairly rapidly here is you're going to see other cases like this. And I think it gives you an opportunity to take a tool in your tool belt and save a number of historic buildings that are otherwise not going to designate by giving an incentive to the developer, a carrot to the developer to do that. And that's what we're suggesting to you.
I have a question. I'm wondering if 301 Clematis and 300 Banyan are 2 separate lots.
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me how 300 Banyan, does that meet the definition of being an eligible property for an exemption under the code?
Yeah, so they are under common ownership, and the alleyway in between does not break up the contiguity of that.
What I'm looking at in the code is that the property is eligible for an exemption if at the time the exemption is granted, the property is listed in the National Register of Historic Places, or is a contributing property to a National Register listed district, or is designated as a historic property in the city's Register of Historic Places, or is a contributing property to a city-designated historic district under the terms of the city's ordinances.
So what we're calling the former Hatches department store, 301 Clematis, is on the National Register. It is eligible for registration and designation with you. And by virtue of common ownership and common development, we believe it's eligible for the historic tax abatement.
Is that something we need to look into further?
Yeah, I'm really not sure it meets this definition here. I mean, it's a separate lot, it's a separate property. I'm not sure how this particular property would meet this definition here of being eligible for the tax exemption.
So I can defer to Frederic here. We've followed staff's guidance on this, as well as another project nearby that also has separate platted parcels, but they're all part of one unified development. And that unified development with the same developer, same site plan approval process would propose to save the historic structure, preserve it, and develop around it. So if that's not your interpretation, that would be news to us and probably disappointing to a lot of other developers that may, in the near future, be before the same board proposing preservation of other historic structures. And I'm delighted to talk to you offline about that, but I don't think as a matter of policy that would be great for the city. It's probably going to result in the demolition of a number of historic structures that you would otherwise want to keep. But discussion for a different day, I imagine. But if you see it differently, we should figure that out now, because that would dramatically change the proposal.
I welcome all the information that's provided.
Okay, Frederic, I don't know if you want to address this because we've traveled this far under the belief that it was eligible.
I think certainly merits further discussion, but the concept was that it is the same ownership and it'll be submitted as one site plan and unified that way. They're also sharing parking. They're going to be interlinked permanently. So from that standpoint, we thought it was appropriate.
Thank you.
So it doesn't require, I guess, would that be considered a unified title or to
And
join?
I think we'll need to explore the further legal aspects of it.
Okay.
Because they are, this and a couple other projects are coming in together, and they're cross-sharing other aspects of the site from a development standpoint.
I mean, by way of analogy, if you're in a historic residential neighborhood and you own two platted lots, and you're going to, you have a house that straddles both, you would not make a distinction, I don't imagine, that one is Lot 6 and the other is Lot 7 of Block B of Flamingo Park. You would consider those together. So this is the same concept in a commercial and larger scale.
And they're owned by the same entity. So if we were to go on the property appraiser's website.
Developed together as part of the same site plan. Again, shared parking. One of the unique features of this in my mind is taking that alley that is otherwise a barrier and using that as the glue to put these together and spreading that food and beverage operation across the two of those.
So is the city abandoning the alley and that's becoming part of the property, or will that remain?
The city hasn't decided whether it would abandon it because it may have utilities in it, but it would certainly be available for use, which, as you know, has been one of the goals of the CRA and the city, is to make better use of the alleys and not have them as dark spots in the downtown, but actually make them active. And this would be one of the first and grandest examples of that.
But if they don't abandon it, it won't become a contiguous parcel.
No,
It'll be separated by
public right-of-way
city-owned
doesn't
land.
break up the contiguity of of the two parcels. So whether it's abandoned or not abandoned, or a license or use agreement, I don't think that's the litmus test. The litmus test is it common ownership, common development? Are they sharing uses? Are they sharing parking?
Okay.
Yep, Keith.
Yeah, real quick, I don't think the city or us have any intention of abandoning the alley. It's a very highly used alley. It does a lot of service, but just like they've done in the thoroughfare area on the south side of Clematis, that we plan to curate, activate, maintain, and do a lot of, great things to convert an alley into a great public space for the residents and not a dirty old alley. And the city's already been going down that path for a while, making great progress. We propose to take it to like the next level by taking our F&B in 301 and having the outdoor seating through the alley onto the 300 property. But there's never really been any discussion about abandoning the alley. So.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant before we go on to staff's presentation?
I have one question here. Regarding your presentation on communication between the buildings, we have two architects here and a landscape architect, so my comment is basically as a layperson, a man on the street, just kind of looking at the design. It seems to me that the new building is in battle with the older building. Not only, obviously, the zoning allows you to go that height, but your comments on communication seem to be more of an academic nature. It would just seem to me that if some of the corners on the new design were rounded, the columns were there were cylindrical columns, they would, in a more obvious way, reflect the deco design of the older building. So my question is, would you be amenable to making those kind of design changes to make the two buildings more compatible?
Look, I think we would have to talk to our whole design team, but I don't think it was ever the intention and to replicate, architectural featers on the 301
building. No, we're not talking about replicating architectural features. I'm talking about very sharp angles versus some smoother angles that are, kind of very visible to the street and, the way that the building presents itself to the streetscape.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an opinion. I think just a layperson's opinion.
I have a question, Keith. On the 301, obviously this is more or less an Art Deco building, or was, right?
Art moderne, but yeah.
Right. So I thought the windows on the very top, would it be the third floor or second floor? I thought those were really cool. They look like they might be operable, like the centerpiece might be operable.
At one point, we thought they were really, or were operable. We don't want operable windows in an office building to try to manage tenants from opening and closing and air quality issues.
I get it.
And they kind of look cool, maybe, in one's opinion. The challenge is, though, to take the work environment, meaning the tenants that are going to occupy the space. We also have a new challenge today, is we used to design office spaces for people sitting at their desk. Today, almost every office we design has a sit-stand desk. And so all of a sudden, we have this new concept where tenants don't like it when there's a bunch of mullions in their way. So we wanted to be respectful of the historic architecture, but we want to make sure our tenants that occupy the building that make all this possible are, able to enjoy their great views of, the outdoor and Clematis and all that. So we did this interpretation of the mullions that we think is a great reflection of the building. And also there was a lot of confusion about what windows do we use because it had evolved over so many periods of time. We think this image, and all we're really doing is taking out the horizontal mullion, but leaving the verticals and the top horizontal in, that we think is very complementary and consistent with what was there. Let's get rid of the horizontal that's going to, bother all of our potential tenants.
So on this building too, it looks like it projects on the southeast corner. At least you can see that break right. There's like a line or a shadow line that breaks on the...
Up here?
Yeah, exactly. Does that
Yeah.
happen on the east side?
Yeah,
too?
there's some little projections like that on the building.
Okay. And then on the new building, you had like 3 different types of glazings or glass. How is
We
that?
have 2 different types of glazing in the proposed design. We have a clear glass on the first floor
Mhm.
because we've, done plenty of historic buildings and we know that's important.
Right.
And we have a gray tinted glass on the second and third floor.
Okay. And those are some big windows, so there's something, those aren't one panel, those are a few different panels of glass, or?
There's divided mullions in the windows.
On the
but
new one?
On the first floor, we've proposed in the elevations a combination of doors, windows, and Nana, meaning operable glass. We think there's a great possibility that retail tenants on the ground floor at 301 will want to have some indoor-outdoor operable system, like you see in a lot of great F&B operations. And so at the moment, we're proposing that as a kind of a variable that depending on the tenants, we work with, city staff to come back in and finalize it, but we want that as an option.
And the glass on the modern building, is that completely different than what you're proposing on the?
It's gray tinted glass, but it has some spandrel, and it would be, if you looked at the glass in the taller building and compared it to the second and third floor, it'd be similar. And the ground floor on the 300, we propose clear glass as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Spino? Okay, thank you. Ms. Mittner?
Good evening, Frederique Mittner, case 21-62 for the designation of 301 Clematis Street, Hatch's Department Store. I'll go very briefly through this presentation since the applicant did such a thorough job on its historical significance. It would be for both parcels so that they could take advantage of the ad valorem tax incentive program, which is their desire. So the request is to designate this as a historic site with its significance associated from 1936 with John Voke and known as Hatch's Department Store. You've already seen this image, courtesy of the Preservation Foundation of Palm Beach. Thank you for sharing your documents with us so we could make a comparison to what's being proposed. So we actually have the Voke documents showing that on this third floor here, it is this pattern. In the center, it is an operable hopper window. The second floor just has an operable in the center. The actual function of the windows is not as critical. However, the light pattern is something that is one of staff's conditions. However, this first presentation is solely about the designation, and it definitely meets the criteria. It's more than 50 years old. It's associated with the development and individuals in the city. And so we are recommending that this structure that is already on the National Register of Historic Places also be placed on the local Register of Historic Places. It does afford us design review and, again, some incentives. The subject site is over 85 years old, the commercial development of West Palm Beach, associated with John Voke, and distinctive characteristics of the Art Moderne style. So we are recommending approval of that. If it's okay, I'll go ahead into the second presentation, since they are companion items. The second component, case 2163, is for the ad valorem pre-construction application for 301 Clematis and the related new construction at 300 Banyan Boulevard. You know where the site is in downtown West Palm Beach, and it is certainly preferable to have a redevelopment on a surface parking lot. This is the subject site on Clematis, and then again, the surface parking lot that we're all looking forward to seeing redeveloped. And in principle, related new construction certainly is eligible for an ad valorem. Miami Beach has large projects that receive an ad valorem tax incentive. This would be the most significant one we certainly have entertained in the city of West Palm Beach. So you've seen the elevations. So this would be for the rehab on the 301 site, which these are the submitted elevations. As you can see, the fenestration pattern does not match the historic. Up in the top, it's just a center vertical piece and one small horizontal at the top. So again, not matching the historic patterns on the fenestration. These are the details, the materials palette, and the proposed new construction behind it. Here's another great comparison of the Hatches department store, the light pattern here versus the proposed light pattern. Doesn't match it on the second floor either. And again, the new construction relative to the existing historic, or it is historic at the National Register. And staff's concern, again, in principle and philosophy, agree with the concept of offering this one tool that we have to promote preservation. However, staff really couldn't find the compatibility. This may be a standalone, wonderful architectural masterpiece, but to relate it to a historic building, these datum lines that were referenced, they are not a match. The materials are not a match. The rhythm of solids and voids are not a match. And they're almost jarring because they're off just enough. So even though we love the concept of being able to offer this exemption, we don't believe it's appropriate here. We do believe there needs to be some modifications if it's offered for the 301 Clematis Street, and some significant changes if it's offered for 300 Banyan. So as the applicant presented to you, and obviously staff has shared with them, these are 6 recommended conditions to the board: that the window pattern at 301 Clematis matches the original, Hatches sign shall be introduced to the Clematis Street elevation, stone-based material shall match the original, the pilaster on the east elevation shall not be removed, DAC and PPRC comments shall be addressed, and the ad valorem tax exemption program will be applicable to 301 Clematis unless there's a redesign on the 300 Banyan Boulevard project.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
On these other ad valorem exemptions you mentioned in Miami Beach, for example, are they all historic designs, or would they be?
They relate, yeah, there's more of a relationship.
Is ad valorem all or nothing? Is there sometimes a percentage, or?
So how the program works, whether it's residential or commercial, is that the applicant comes to you for a pre-construction application. You grant an approval, or with conditions. The applicant goes and does the work, and after 2 years, they come back and present to you that the work has been completed as approved. Sometimes there's minor modifications, issues that arise in the field, and the board will then make a decision to grant it fully, or instead of a percentage, they'll have reduced the years. Instead of the 10 years, this board has sometimes made the recommendation of only 5 years, because maybe some elements weren't completed as initially presented, and then it goes to the city commission, and the city commission has the final decision, and then it goes to the Board of County Commissioners for their portion of the line item, and then they make that decision for that aspect.
Thank you.
What are the tax implications of applying the ad valorem program to this new construction?
I don't know the numbers. The actual reassessment is done through the Palm Beach County Property Appraiser's Office. And we have, perhaps the applicant has run the numbers of what they're projecting it would increase, and they could answer that. I don't know. Because my role wasn't really to advise financially, except to say, here's a program. In theory, I think this would be a great thing to do to encourage rehab of a historic building appropriately, like the right fenestration pattern, because we do have documentary evidence. Let's use it if we can, but it does need, the new construction needs to be related.
I'm thinking of one property that we studied on the L streets in Palm Beach, and over a period of 10 years, and this was I don't know, late 90s, early 2000s, the property owner saved over $1 million, and that was just on a single family home, be it a large estate. So I imagine the implications for this project are millions of dollars over a period of 10
Sure, they're
years. Do you think
significant.
that's
I
a
just
safe
don't-
assumption?
It sounds like a fair assumption, but I don't have the actual numbers. Yeah.
Do either of you have those numbers? By any chance, have you studied that at all? No? Okay. Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. I have one public comment, Nancy Pullum. Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I mean, the one thing to know about the taxes is that it's really a tenant pass-through expense. And so the benefit here, again, is to attract energy and activity and life to the empty parking lot on Banyan. And so whatever the tax savings is, would go to the tenants that occupy the building. So, and I think your assumptions are probably good. You know, it's going to be a lot of money, but our client has spent a lot of money to build it. So it's a great incentive for preservation. And that's what Frederic, Harvey, Brand Atlantic, us, we were all like, wow, this is incredible. It could really make a difference. So that's kind of the thought.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Nancy
Pullum?
Pullum, Belmont Road. I'm really, really slack-jawed, okay? I didn't come for this item. I'm just stayed because I was here. I clearly understood the ad valorem tax exemption to be on a restoration project on a piece of property. And at this, you could have gone down the street and around the block and asked for it. I mean, this is not the whole, this is, and to be threatened that, well, we won't save hatches if is really kind of shameful on the part of the presenters, in my opinion only. But what would have stopped them from asking for an ad valorem tax exemption for the building that's being built at Banyan and Dixie? Because they're across from the bank that has historic elements. So as a taxpayer and as a citizen and an advocate for historic preservation, I'm all for hatches being saved, and I'm all for a designation, but that's a parking lot they're asking to get a tax abatement on for 10 years, for God's sakes. So I really think this is like pushing the envelope with a public right-of-way in between. It's not even any contiguous property. So I, as a citizen, feel very uncomfortable and feel like the bonus and the benefit that's been offered to a lot of people who've rehabbed buildings in this city, and we thank God for them, it's making a mockery of that. And I really feel that it's pushing the envelope. I'm not a fan of the architecture, but architecture's personal. And what I like, somebody else hates. What Keith Williams likes, I don't like. All right, just picking on Keith. But so I'm stepping back from that. But it is so dissimilar and so jarring, and it's so it overwhelms the historic building, and that's what I worry about. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment? Okay, you have an opportunity for rebuttal. Okay. Thank you. We'll go into executive session. I feel like this is a landmark meeting with the things that are being proposed this evening. Certainly creative projects.
Has the ad valorem question really been addressed, or do you think that this requires a continuance for additional information?
I definitely think there needs to be some legal research done. I'd like to see a continuance for that reason. And then I agree with staff's comments that, I mean, if we're going to stretch this program and try something new, then this new construction should be designed in a way that it communicates with the historic structure that it's benefiting from. And right now, it doesn't feel that that's happening. So you asked my opinion, so yes, I agree with the continuance. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I agree.
I mean, I agree with most of that, but I love the incentive that's being offered here. I happen to like modern architecture. I like this architecture. I think it should be something different than what's there. And I think you've got an investor who wants to develop, a block, basically, half a block, and improve it tremendously from what's there now. So I think it's great.
And I agree with your comments. I want to clarify, I don't think that they need to match the architectural style in any way. I think, the suggestions made by staff would certainly, make a difference in how the buildings relate. But I'm definitely open to modern architecture as well. This is not a historic district by any means, so I think that there's many other buildings in the nearby vicinity, like the Bend, that are very modern like this. So, would anybody else like to weigh in? Or would someone like to make a motion?
I'll just add that I agree with staff's comments, particularly Ms. Mittner mentioned the rhythm of solids to voids with the new construction, and I would like to see that addressed particularly because it's, the massing of it is so different from the structure that they're requesting the ad valorem from.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's sounding like this is headed towards a continuance, but I'd like some direction on why we're being continued. If it's just a legal question, you could vote tonight contingent upon us solving the legal question. I think the feedback we're looking for is very specific feedback on the architecture, if that is, in fact, another reason you're continuing us. So I just ask that if that's the direction you're headed, please give us some specificity on what you want us to bring back to you. What problems are we solving for before we come back to you? Thank you.
I think it's definitely to work with staff, I think staff has a good understanding of what needs to happen in order to bring this design more in line with the historic property.
I agree. Ms. Mittner outlined, several reasons why she didn't feel like this was warranting the tax exemption. And I think that staff would have enough direction for next month's continuance. I mean, if it will take a month. It's a pretty significant project to rework in 1 month.
Yeah, but I think the changes could be so significant that maybe we want to see them.
Oh, yes, I agree.
Definitely.
It needs to come back before us, but that they could work with staff
Oh, of course, yeah.
for the direction needed. I mean, the one that I mentioned that Ms. Mittner, also mentioned is the rhythm of solids to voids. We have our standards in here. I think it's fairly easy to reference. Ms. Mittner, do you feel?
Of course, I'm happy to work with, sorry. Of course, I'm happy to work with the applicant. I guess my concern, and I share this with, I think the applicant was saying, is what degree of changes is the board looking for? We would hate to come back and we haven't hit the mark.
Okay. So are your primary concerns the floors of the new construction that are at the same height? Like if everything above the new building is...
No, I think there should be elements there that relate better too, but again, I'm also seeking board direction to what level you're expecting compatibility versus differentiation.
Okay.
One of the things that Ms. Mittner mentioned is the banding that's quite prominent above the second floor of the hopefully soon-to-be designated structure, that actually aligned with the adjacent, and that the rhythm created by the scale of each floor be replicated in the new construction. I think that's part of the rhythm that you'd want to see continued if we're going to apply this kind of tax exemption to new construction like this.
Okay. I'll
I mean,
agree.
I agree with all Ms. Midner conditions, and I think that in some way the new building has to relate to the old. I mean, not to be the same, because that is not what we want. We want to differentiate what is new from what is historic, but in some way has to relate more, in my opinion.
So would you like to make a motion to continue with that direction? Is there anything else that you'd like to add? I mean, I'm in agreement. I defer to the architects on our board.
I mean, they have, more than one creative firm. And as Mr. Spina mentioned, they've worked on historic structures before. I think that, the team of talented people you have, that there would be plenty ideas on how to alter this to come before us in another, if it's a month or 2 months.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're good. We hear you loud and clear, and we can work with city staff and good.
Okay, so that's
Thank you.
sufficient direction. Okay, great.
All right, I will move to continue case number 21-62 and case number 21-63 to next month, Mr. Spina, next month's Historic Preservation Board meeting with the revisions noted by staff in the direction of the board this evening.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Our next case is case number 21-64, 806 Park Place.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Steve Knight with Alexis Knight Architects, and I'm here tonight on the behalf of the owner of 806 Park Place and the applicant, Sam Bauer. My firm has been retained to inventory the existing building in question. The existing residence was recently renovated pretty substantially, and we've been asked to research and find out exactly what the building looked like prior to the renovations and what modifications may be required in order to satisfy the requirements of the historic district. How can I scroll up?
You just press enter to go forward and back or back.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm at the end here. This is a view of the existing structure prior to the renovations. As you can see, the architectural style is quite consistent with the rest of the homes in the neighborhood. The current owner renovated the exterior substantially, in some cases, changing the architecture and the character of the outside of the building. The clamshell shutters were removed, and both the exterior and the interior was renovated quite significantly. The existing family home right now is it's on the sale market. The owner of the property wishes to sell the property, and that's what his intentions are. There's a shot of the entrance the way it was before renovations. As you can see, the style is similar but changed in many respects. The front windows were altered and some shutters were installed. The very significant entry door was maintained. Right now, we're working hand in hand with both the owner and the owner's representative to obtain a legal building permit and, of course, approval from this board. Unfortunately, that very significant step was not taken first before the renovations started, and we were retained in order to help pull this project together to make it conform with and make it satisfactory to this board. One of the things that I wanted to bring to light, and before we do that, the project has been reviewed by staff. There are 3 specific items that have been cited and presented to us in asking us to conform with and make the renovations accordingly. The first one was to totally re-stucco the exterior of the home to try to bring it back to the more original look. Right now, the feeling is the stucco is smoother than what is typically found with this type of architecture. The original stucco and some of the stucco of the adjacent properties look like they might have been finished the old-fashioned way with more crude finishing tools such as wood trowels and that type of thing. The Bahama shutters, I think we've decided, or they have decided, are okay. They may be established and fixed or reinstalled in the open position or removed altogether. And then some of the window sills that were removed during the renovation of the exterior should be reinstalled. Right now, the focal point, the last 2 we have no problem with, and we can make those 2 things happen. With respect to restuccoing the outside of the building, we've got 2 approaches that we'd like to take a look at. One of those would be to potentially, since right now the way the process is going, the new buyer could potentially make those renovations when the time comes, because what we have in mind are some pretty significant alterations to the exterior of the building, which would cause the new design to come back to the board for re-review at that point. And by no means are these the final proposed design concepts, but these are some notions that the potential buyer had in mind as far as how the building may look. With that in mind, the building would have to be restuccoed probably in its entirety anyway, and at that point it would come back before the board, and at that time we could decide how that stucco finish would look. The other possibility would be to simply leave the stucco the way it is right now. And it is our contention that that third option or second option of leaving the stucco the way it is would, I think it would draw it into closer contention with some of the other adjacent properties. Here's a home that's in the same neighborhood. You can see how the finish of this stucco compares to the stucco that's currently on the home right now. And with this slide, what you're seeing is the rear corner of the newly stuccoed home compared to, for example, the adjacent home right next door. And there's really not a lot of difference between the textured stucco in this case. So with that being said, we'd like to, to offer to pursue one of those two avenues as far as resurfacing the outside of the building. And with that, I guess we would open it up to any questions you might have regarding this dwelling.
Questions of the applicant?
May I ask a question of our attorney in regards to the applicant? Okay, this owner made these changes without coming before the board, okay? So now they're trying to redress that. Are they following the proper legal procedure for doing this?
Well, of course, they should have come here first, but that wasn't done, and so I think they're trying to remedy that by coming back to the board now at this time. Frederic, do you know if this has been done before?
So in other words, there's no, for a person to not come before the board, there is no, I don't know, legal action taken against them, there's no fines, there's nothing like that, you just go through this process?
Yep, so they didn't even receive building permits, no, and they didn't receive historic approval either, so it's 4 times the permit fees, so they are working their way through the building permit process, but I can't issue a permit for the work that was done, because it does, in my opinion, it doesn't meet our design guidelines, hence, it's been deferred to you. If these were things that I felt met the design guidelines, I probably could have done it at a staff level. So therefore, they are here as part of the process to rectify and getting the next step of getting
as part of their presentation, they're also asking us to say, oh, well, the current owner doesn't have to do anything. We're going to let the new buyer do it,
I think
and
that
they
was
can
an
ignore us
option.
too.
I think that was a path forward that they were presenting, but they definitely need to secure building permits.
Okay, thank you.
And there's actually 2 applicants here.
Hi, Sam Bauer. I'm a resident of Flamingo Park. I'm here representing Mr. Ramia, who is the owner of the property. And I'd like to state for the record, Mr. Ramia wasn't acting maliciously whatsoever. He is not from this country, and in his mind, he was doing what was normal where he hails from. And meant no harm. His intent was to improve the property, possibly even stay there himself, and then ultimately decided that, he would sell the property. So I just wanted to clarify that. And the alterations that he made, we've had the building department over there. He did do very good work. And again, in his mind, he was trying to do the right thing. And none of which was with malicious intent. And Steve has prepared the drawings, which have been submitted to the building department. And he has paid, I believe it was quadruple permit fees. So we're trying to get it corrected at this point.
Yeah, I certainly understand it, but obviously, ignorance of the law is no excuse, right?
I know.
What about the building contractor who's performing work without permits?
He did it all himself.
He did his own work himself?
Yes, sir.
And how did this come to our attention?
I'm not sure if it was Frederic may know better than I. She could probably speak to that better than I.
The potential buyer actually called me about modifications, and then when I took a look at the real estate photos, I recognized that I hadn't reviewed any of those changes.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing the potential buyer called, because I see there's new windows that were installed that perhaps are impact and may not have been inspected.
You are correct. There are impact windows installed, and part of what was submitted to the building department is the approvals for them. So he again, did do good work, just didn't do it correctly.
Yeah, as a part of our service, as the architect, we observed what was installed and wrote a very thorough report, like I said, cataloging each installation, all the way from the impact-resistant windows to finishes to other, HVAC infrastructure and that type of thing. So I suspect that going through the proper channels, a building permit would be forthcoming. But right now, I guess our focus is the other part of the equation, and that's why we're here tonight, to get the approval from this board for the exterior and the elements related to the historic nature of the building.
Does he own any other properties that he's doing work on within the historic district?
He does, I'm sorry. He does own another property in Flamingo Park, and he's actually my neighbor. He lives across the street from me.
Is he doing work on that house
He
as
is
well?
not, no. And he has been informed that he has to come to Frederick and appear before the board prior to doing any alterations or renovations to that home.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions of the,
Do you know what type of glass he installed in the windows, in the new windows?
Well,
Is tinted glass, is low E glass, or is clear glass?
It's low E glass, I believe, but more importantly, the windows are code compliant, impact resistant PGT windows, and by all appearances, they've been installed per the NOAs that were presented to us as far as the products that were purchased and installed.
and he installed them himself? The windows?
As far as I know.
Yes, he installed them himself.
So that's my only concern, is that we're asking to approve something that's already been done, yet it hasn't been inspected. Doesn't have a final CO. What if it's not installed properly? And what if he has to redo it? Then we're reviewing this again. And how do you inspect something that's already done? There's several inspections
Well,
along the way of
I mean,
an
you're-
installation.
As far as, behind the scenes installation, I'm saying, things that you can't see, bucks and wood installation and that type of thing. But as far as fasteners, spacing of the fasteners, from what I could see, from the surface, those things had been applied correctly.
Why isn't he here tonight?
Mr. Ramia just returned from being out of the country and hasn't been through the self-isolation period yet.
Do you have any further questions of the presenters, the applicants? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Mittner?
Frederick Mittner for case 21-64, 806 Park Place, a retroactive approval request for modifications to this contributing property built in 1934 in the Mission style in the Flamingo Park Historic District. So this is the completed work, the front elevation facing north and the rear elevation facing south. We have very little evidence of what the house looked like before because this was only, we believe, a second owner. This is now the third owner. So we do have this image. Again, in the Mission style, you see the width of the windows matches these awnings. These awnings probably weren't original, but have been there a long time. And that is one of the reasons staff is amenable to having Bahama shutters installed. Normally, that would be something we wouldn't approve, but it does relate back to what was there before. So this is, there's this metal trellis here. It's very obvious that it's new materials. This window is enlarged slightly. However, these header heights were always different. The sill was lost here. I actually don't think it's low E glass. I think it's tinted glass. And then probably kind of the most concerning item is that under these Bahama shutters, are windows, but they're completely drywalled in. Inside is a bathroom. You can't even see. So they also changed the window openings there. So this is kind of before, so you can see it's proportionate here. And you can see the stucco texture here and kind of the infill and the loss of the sill. So I think this lighting really shows the stucco pattern, and that really has no historical reference. Again, the entrance to the entrance, this window became wider, lost the sills here. This is the floor plan, the elevations showing the proposal. So these are the two front windows here. They're again over a sink where there's a mirror now, and the other one's in a shower, completely drywalled in. And one of the things the applicant has stated is, yes, the new buyer might want to build an addition. And so at that time, they would have to come to the board for the addition, and that might be an opportunity to re-stucco. However, being as generous as possible, using the applicable codes and Secretary of Interior standards, we're recommending approval, but we do think the stucco is an important part of it. The Bahama awnings shall either be fixed in the open position or removed entirely, and then the windowsills shall be reinstalled on the front or / north elevation. Even though there's been modifications on the rear elevation with these horizontal windows, we don't have images of the before, and it is not visible from the road. So we're trying to balance the work that's already been done without permits to what's in front of us and how we can rectify it. Thank you.
Are you calling for immediate implementation of these recommendations as opposed to passing them on to the new owner?
Yes, because I don't think, I don't know how we can track it otherwise.
I know, right. Okay, thank you.
Do you have concerns about this metal awning thing over the doorway?
It's not ideal, but it's definitely obvious that it's new, it's removable.
And the size of the window, because that's like a big departure.
The width of the one window, that would, that's completely up to the board.
Okay. Questions of staff?
I don't really have a question. I mean, clearly, if this was brought to us, some may question whether or not I would, but I can tell you this board would not approve this work. So, what do we do? Hands are tied.
But what are our options? I mean, if we deny it, what happens?
You could. They would have to rectify the work.
They'd have to fix everything.
Yeah.
And if we approve it, what happens? Because if we approve it, we are encouraging people to do the same thing.
Are we in executive yet?
Any further questions of staff? Okay. Public comment? Any public comment? Okay. Oh, we have public comment.
Whatever you do, Nancy Pullen, Belmont Road, can we condition it on this property doesn't qualify for an ad valorem in the future? I mean, no matter what your decisions are, I would love to see at least the openings restored and the exterior stucco fixed. But I could see the next buyer coming along and saying, well, I want to apply for ad valorem to do whatever, and the house is basically already wrecked. And the idea that those Bahama shutters are in front of windows that have been closed up now. So I just was a thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You are offered rebuttal because there was public comment. Would you like a rebuttal? You don't need to, but you have the option. No? Okay. Now we're in executive session.
Well, I think at the very least, they should bring the front facade back to its original character.
And what do you mean exactly by that?
Well, the window openings, the sills, I have no idea what's behind the shutters. Get rid of the trellis on top, just bring it back to its to its character. I'm not so concerned about the stucco finish, but maybe somebody else is.
And I would add the clear glass, at least on the front elevation, like we direct to every single applicant. I mean, it's part of our standards, right?
So once again, are we talking about a continuance where we're allowing the architect to come back with his survey of the property? Details of what needs to be done? Because I don't think it's been done yet, right? The architect hasn't done that yet. Where is he? You haven't done that yet, right?
No.
Okay.
We've not taken it to that level.
Okay.
Do you think we need a continuance, or do you think we could make a motion to approve with conditions, or I don't know how you want to,
I think it should come back,
think it should come back?
show us what they're going to do.
Okay.
At this point, I'm in favor of denying it, not approving it. So,
Because if we deny it, then they have to bring it back.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
Ms. Mittner, so they won't be able to sell it if, how do we play this out? If we deny it, what happens?
They will not be issued building permits for this work, and I would imagine most buyers would choose not to buy it. But that is up to the buyer.
They'll have unpermitted work, which could be cited as violations. And in order to bring those violations into compliance, I suppose they'd have to undo some of these things that were done.
So in which situation do you feel like there's greater purview as to the final outcome? Because I mean, if we deny it, it could, I don't know, it could still be sold and nothing could be changed. I mean, is that a potential outcome?
Well, it would become a code case, and then eventually it needs to be rectified, or fines would start running, and
so if we approve it, they will get a permit, and the building department will inspect the property
yes.
and will enforce any violation and instruct them to fix any violation to the code.
To the building code, yes.
Yeah.
And then if you had conditions, the permit would have to reflect that.
But wouldn't the architect's survey be part of those conditions? We'd know the exact details of what we're asking him to do.
Well, you're saying so to list in the condition every single thing that we want to see corrected. So if we wanted to add on to staff's conditions, what would those additional conditions be?
I would add the clear glass in the front windows, in the street-facing windows at least.
Or do you want to see it come back?
What the architect's report is going to say, I mean, that will make us change our mind, or what the difference is to have the architect's report.
And I don't think they have a lot of basis to go on. The work's done, so they really just have these two photographs, and this is it, because this architect was not involved prior to the work being done. There's no photographs of the backyard, as far as I've been informed.
Well, is the architect kind of doing forensic work, or is he just saying, okay, the windows were installed, okay, I don't know what's behind the walls, what's behind the shutters, I don't know, because it's concrete over, stuccoed over. What goes?
When I'm looking at these railings are missing too. These like original railings going up to the door. Do you think those were original?
I think they may have been, yes.
And I don't even know that you can stucco it over. I don't think that you can. I think that you need to remove the stucco, or you need to apply metal lath in order to be able to restucco over it.
Has this I feel like this has happened before, that someone's... I'm having some flashbacks. And what did we do?
I think it's been a similar situation where they had to re-stucco or fix certain elements. I think the board ended up coming up with a compromise.
Okay.
So what I'm thinking about right now is for this historic structure, what is the best path forward for the structure? Not just to penalize the person that broke the rules, you know, whether unknowingly or knowingly, but what is in the best interest for the preservation of the building. So in my opinion, that's providing a path forward so that we don't see some sort of demolition by neglect, because there's just fines that are increasing and increasing. I would like to see us take the conditions that staff has provided here, add as many conditions as we want that we feel are necessary to help bring this structure back to what it was as best we can. And I really feel like that's the best thing we can do for this structure now. There's character defining features that are missing. Head heights of the adjacent windows to the front entry are different than the door. They were obviously very, very similar, if not aligning before. The clamshell shutters, I mean, I think we could even go so far as to say that they need to come up with shutters. I mean, that's a character defining feature that was just stripped off the building. So with the images that we have of the front-facing facade, which is, you know, primarily what we give the most significance to, that's what I would like to see happen, because anything else that we would institute here is just going to further damage the structure. And if someone knows that if they break these rules, then they're going to be forced to go back with what was there in the first place. I mean, I think that's a pretty good deterrent. If you look at these two images, almost all of the character defining features have been changed.
The step up into the house.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Even the porcelain tile at the entrance, we don't see that in a historic house. So that should be removed. Is the bronze color appropriate for Mission House?
For window frames, you mean?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Window frames or trims. I don't remember.
Yes, but I think these are actually white frames. I think it's just the tinting of the glass.
No, but I'm talking about the
Sorry.
trellis and the shutters being the
Oh,
dark
yes,
brown
I
color.
believe that would, a bronze would be appropriate. But obviously, the material is contemporary.
What about the entry door? Do we know what the entry door
The
was?
applicant's stating it's original, but maybe it was a 60s, 70s replacement.
Yeah.
Say again?
The entry door is the original.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can see the panels behind the screen door if you look closely. So we have one character defining feature.
And probably the railing was there because the entry floor didn't go all the way to the wall. It was stopping shy, and probably there was landscape behind, right? Yeah. There is landscape behind the railing.
You can see the threshold is a lot higher in the new house than it was.
Yeah.
So how far do we want to take this? I mean,
I would like to know how other people feel about if they want to see it continued, to see these changes before approval, or if we could approve with a list of conditions, or if other people don't feel the same way.
I most would like to see staff have time maybe to study it further and add to the list of conditions. I don't know. Because I mean, just the longer we're looking at it, we're seeing more things that were lost.
Yeah, well, and now that the applicant has an architect, perhaps, that game, what's different between image A and B, they could propose some additional conditions.
I'd be happy to recommend conditions to the applicant that bring it more into alignment with the photographs we have.
Okay, would you like to see that?
Sounds good.
Okay, so a continuance. I move to continue case number 21-64 to next month's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So please work with Ms. Mittner regarding your presentation next month. Thank you. Our next case is 2166 721 Claremore Drive.
Good evening. My name is Mary Baylor, and I have lived on Claremore Drive, 721 Claremore Drive, for 22 years. I am here to talk to you about my impact windows that I'd like approved, and I'm going to give you a synopsis of what's been going on. Let's see, in December of 2020, I signed a contract with SIW. There were no contingencies, and the contract included 50% deposit for complete installation, including permits. In February, SIW called asking to take another measurement, but only did something at the front door and left. Shortly after this, I received an email. They're backing out of the contract because they found some lead in the door, or the door frame. They said they would sell us windows only and nothing else. John Niles is a neighbor of mine, and he also renovates homes. John agreed to oversee my project and advised me to purchase the windows, and he would arrange installation. In March, SIW dropped off all the windows on my carport. I then tried to contact John for installation, but I was unable to reach him for weeks. Later, I found out he was in the Bahamas with no service. In April and May, with no John, my brother-in-law contacted a friend who's in the business, and he was named Glenn. He agreed to install the windows. I then went to West Palm Beach permit office and told the clerk I knew nothing about getting permits, but I wanted my work to be done in compliance with the city. I was given a paper to fill out and no other instructions but to pay the cashier $400. I then received a document by email with a permit number, and I thought this was my permission to proceed. Glenn then started the work and disposed my old rotten windows with new hurricane windows. I chose the style of window because the other Monterey style house is next door, and it was built about the same time. It looks very similar. And he had put in impact windows, so I took the same style as his. And I found out my permit was not valid when I then went back to the permit office and asked for an inspection. Next, I received in June a stop work order, which I did, and I've done no more work in that house since June 9th, including inside window trims, sills, etc. John is now back in town, and he's been communicating with Frederic. I really do apologize for my lack of knowledge, and this was really not done intentional. John is in the British Columbia right now, and he couldn't attend this meeting. He was going to with me, but here I am. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Ms. Mittner?
Frederic Mittner, presenting case 21-66 for alterations at 721 Claremore Drive. Subject property is a contributing property in the Flamingo Park Historic District on the north side of Claremore Drive. as the applicant indicated, is a Monterey style, and she did already install and replace windows. Found some, this was an applicant-supplied photograph, and the window that I would like you to pay particular attention to is the ground floor one, because it's unique. Its light pattern is a 6/9. She also supplied, or John, who is helping her out, supplied photographs of the wood rot on the wood windows and the newly installed windows, so it gives you a good comparison of the profiles in comparison to what was there before, and the width and style. So this is an older photograph where you can again see 6/9, the different proportions. Upstairs is 6/6. And unfortunately, that's not what the applicant installed. The applicant did install a 6/1 in all the openings. And so therefore, we don't believe it meets the original. And so we are recommending approval with the condition that the ground floor window shall be replaced with a 6/9 single hung, and dimensional muntins shall be applied to all other windows to replicate the original pattern, which is 6/6. So I'll again show you kind of those images. This is what's there now. So they've now made this a symmetrical window for the kind of they've just elongated the panes. You can see the difference here versus on the second floor, where they're more square, they're taller, more vertically oriented here, because they kind of divided it in half versus having almost that third and 2/3. And then upstairs and on the side, it's now a 6/1 versus before, again, the 6/9 and the 6/6. So that is my recommendation to the board.
Any questions for staff?
So simply stated, we're asking her to replace all the windows?
Has she replaced all the windows? Yes, they're all, and they're all gone. They've all been thrown away. I think.
No. The windows that she's already had installed, we're asking her to replace all of those.
Replacing one that's already installed.
We're just
the
replacing one.
that has a unique
okay.
pattern. Yep, the 6/9, and then adding the muntins, which can be applied externally. They
Oh,
can
I
be
see.
glued
That's
on.
right.
So it would only be one replacement, adding the muntins. And I think that, one, the work is already done, and not that that should be rewarded, of course, but at least they do have some documentation of the level
Right.
of rot that was there. And I think that's kind of what helps differentiate this case.
I apologize. I was thinking old school. I didn't realize, again, you could add buttons to the.
Yeah,
to the
no, they're not
windows.
true divided lights. They're all glued on, so.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, do any have any members of the public that wish to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
Well, as long as she's willing to go by the conditions. You willing to abide by the conditions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 21-66 for 721 Claremore Drive for alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in standards in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of the Interior Standards, and additional criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following. 1, the ground floor window shall be replaced with a 6/9 single hung and dimensional buttons shall be applied to all other windows to replicate the original pattern.
To a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Ms. Hare, do I have to leave the room? I do?
Oh, we won't have a quorum. So we have 2 people that have to recuse themselves from the next case, and then we won't have a quorum.
Well, if there's not a quorum, then it's going to have to wait till the next meeting.
Four is a quorum.
This quorum is not 4?
Its quorum is 5.
I'm sorry we didn't realize that sooner. So for those of the audience, we have 2 people on the commission that have some relationship to this project and have to recuse themselves, so we do not have a quorum to hear this particular case this evening. So we'll continue it, I guess, to next month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I mean, could you hear the case and give feedback, or?
Is there anything we can do to be cognizant of their time, or is there?
Perhaps next month, try to get them early on the agenda so their case is one of the first that's heard.
Yeah, I'll make it a continued case, of course. Yeah, I'd be
Yeah.
happy, but.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be the same time, if we have the same amount of people, it'll be
Well,
the same issue?
we need, I'm sorry, I already forgot her name,
Anna and
Yes.
Reg, you're missing this evening, so there are
Yes.
2 other members, yeah.
So if we hear it tonight, then they won't have the benefit, I guess, of hearing it.
I believe 4 is a quorum, though.
And she's
I'm sorry?
I believe that 4 is a quorum, and I can go
4
check
or
that.
5?
It's 4.
Do you have a more recent version of the rules and procedures? Because the one I have printed out says you need 5.
Okay.
That person is a non-voting member still, right?
I'm sorry?
That new person is a non-voting member. She just got on the board, right?
Well, she's a voting member if she's
Oh,
needed.
that's right, that's right, that's
Yes, that's what an alternate,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I know Nancy's going on it, but yeah, I think you're right. If it says something different there, they have not been
Yeah,
amended.
this isn't, I mean, it could, unless there's been an amended
There's not
version.
an amended version.
Okay.
Another first.
We have-
Evening of
Yeah,
firsts.
it's in section 7 of the rules. Quorum. The presence of 5 members, including alternates, shall constitute a quorum. An affirmative vote of a majority of those present shall be necessary to pass any motion or adopt any order unless otherwise specified herein. That's section 7 of the rules.
Can they be heard informally to get feedback and then vote at the
No,
next
because
meeting?
no action can be taken for them. It wouldn't be an official act of the board unless there's a quorum sitting here.
I know they do that in Palm Beach. They'll have an informal review, right?
Right.
Where they just give verbal feedback, but they don't take any
Right, so you wouldn't be
actions.
voting for like a continuance or anything, it wouldn't officially be heard.
Has that ever been done on this board?
I don't recall that, but I think if there is feedback that could be constructive, maybe that will save them a month next time around. So I think the fact that they've been here 4 hours, I'd love to
I
afford
know.
them any opportunity to make the most.
Is that, are you comfortable with that? If we're not taking any action, but we're maybe giving some,
I'm sorry, but I really think we need to have 5 voting members present in order to hear the case.
okay. I'm very sorry. We didn't realize that sooner. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, Corey.
What? Can they be the first case next month?
Between 4 and 6, we have 6 right now.
Can we make them the first continued case next month, or is there anything?
Typically, we take them in order, but I think the board has discretion to reorder the agenda.
I agree.
So,
Yes.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think
so
these
then
are
when we go to
extra-
approve the agenda, like at the next meeting, we'll move that one case.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think, yep.
Oh,
Because we have a
these are
lot of other
extraordinary
continued. It's going to be
circumstances.
a marathon in September because there's a lot of new applications.
oh. Is there anything we can do? I mean, because is there opportunity? I mean, let's just talk about this. I guess we could talk about it at the end of the meeting, but I mean, would you all prefer another date? If
That actually provides a lot of logistical issues in terms of
Okay.
mailers and advertising. So I know it's brutal for all of us, but
and there's no starting earlier.
I think it depends on how we advertise and getting mailers out. I mean, I think it's I can check with law.
I mean, for continued cases, do you have to advertise for continued cases again? Or is it
No,
only?
as long as they were heard, but I think the presumption is the meetings are always 5 o'clock on the fourth Tuesday. So if anything's heard earlier,
I think
I
the
believe-
regular meetings are set by the rules to start at 5 PM. I guess in theory, you could set a special meeting to start at 4 PM right before a regular meeting, if you wanted to get creative with it.
But then it wouldn't be I understand, and I think it's
Uh-huh.
creative to try to get these continued cases heard earlier, but no one will know that.
Right.
I think the public needs to know when they'll be
Yeah.
heard.
I just question how judgment is affected the later it gets in the evening, after I presume most of us have been at work all day. Take that day off next month, so. Okay.
Is there, I don't know, any way to really limit presentations but at the same time allowing the applicant to say what they need to say? Okay. For example, with our sculpture garden, they gave the same presentation of the whole entire history of the sculpture garden 2 meetings in a row, and they took up, over nearly 2 hours of time right there. And if there's some way that we could regulate the amount of presentation, that would be a good thing.
Ms. Mittner, can you communicate to all of the applicants that they will be held to the 10-minute limit?
Yes, again, if you have demo new construction, it's a bit longer, but I
15,
understand what you're
right?
referring to. I'll make sure they all know.
This one's demo.
So you get 15.
All right, well, I'm back again. So glad to see you guys again. Okay, I hope this one will maybe go better. We'll see. Shouldn't say that. Okay, so we're here to, I guess the first thing we're going to discuss is the demolition of the existing structure. It's probably kind of a ranch style that's been kind of Mediterraneanized, not to its benefit. These are the images of it. I don't think there's too many people out there that would think it's something that needs to be preserved, so we hope we can get past that. This is the context. This one, this house here is, the first one is to the north. This house here is behind the bushes, is here on the corner, which is, you'll see in the context pictures. This house here is to the left of it, and this house here is down here, and number 6 is right here. This is the streetscape context elevation. As you can see above, we've included some examples of contextual photos of modern style houses in the area that we think lend a case for this type of architecture. So those are the context images. This is the first floor plan. So what we tried to do was, in the nautical theme of modern, was to try to take the the landscape walls and kind of create some undulations in them to follow in with that nautical theme, and also to soften the transitions from the street to the road, because of with all the high elevation points which are set by code. We don't have a whole lot of choice as to where the building goes in terms of vertical elevation. This is the floor plan. So we have a dining here. House is kind of zoned public to private. Family room back here. Pool. Detached garage with a canopy walkway. Pool. Cabana building. And that's that. This is the second floor. Basically 4 bedrooms up. And then this is, I guess, the point of contention is the rooftop garden. One of the conditions of approval is to not have this. We'd like to keep it, but I guess that will be discussed. So these are the frontal elevations. As you see, we're trying to create the curvilinear edges to do the modern, the emphasis on horizontal elements. The middle part of the house, we tried to create the vertical pieces to emphasize the middle and emphasize the front. Side elevations, we use the strip windows, smaller punched openings. These are material boards showing that we're using what is it? I guess you would say an anodized type finish, an off-white paint and a more stark white contrast. And then I guess one of the conditions of approval is that we would have to have the clear glazing on the front, which we would agree to. The railing system is designed to mimic the pipe rail. As we know, today's standards, we can't do a pipe rail that looks like a pipe rail of old, and the new ones are so close together, it's not really very nice. So we thought we'd intermix glass with the horizontals to try to create a reference point. So this is the front perspective. Again, I would say that, the canopy being the one item of contention, as you can see in these perspectives from the road in front of it, you can't see it. We would agree that to a point at about 300 feet, which is like a football field away, you can see the 12-foot wide canopy up in the air on the top of the floor. So you will see it from the next street over, but it's 12 feet wide and 30-something feet in the air. So I don't know how obtrusive it would really be. But you don't, in the immediate surrounds here, you would not see the elevator or that canopy because they are toward the back of the roof plan, as you can see here. It's toward the back. We didn't put it toward the front. Elevator's back, stairs are back. Okay, so that's what it looks like from the road, and this is the view from the driveway looking back toward the pool, and this is the canopy that goes to the house, and this is a view from underneath the back porch looking out at the pool, and this is the garage, and this was not included in the application, but we thought since we were getting a staff note to delete the canopy, we thought we would show some additional perspectives up there. The views up there are amazing. We have the other house at 3030 that we have the roof on, and it's something special. And I guess if we can't have the canopy, we can't have the canopy. We would certainly like to have the ability to go up there and our client to go up there. So this is one of the conditions of approval was to add transom. So this is without. This is with. Well, we would prefer not to have the horizontal. If it means not getting it approved, we'll of course agree. But we think the building, the proportions look better without the transoms, and we would hope you agree. So in terms of the conditions of approval, front-facing windows have a transom line. That's at your discretion. We would prefer not. Glazing along the drive shall be clear. We agree to that. No trellis installed on the roof. We would prefer to have it, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. But we think it looks nice. We don't think it's obtrusive. We don't think you see it except for 300 feet away. We don't think it's a real eyesore or anything. The building height shall be reduced to 3 feet with no components exceeding 33 feet. We agree to that. And the retaining wall shall not exceed 4 feet in the front of the setback. We agree with that as well. and when we say front feet, 4 feet, we assume, I guess, that what we're talking about is this wall right here. So we'll soften that and make it right. So that's all I've got. And we hope you'll approve.
Questions of the applicant?
Sorry, I'm so tired. I walked away.
Could we see the proposed streetscape?
As I said before, with the FEMA requirements, with FEMA floodplain elevation plus freeboard, we are right where we're required to be. And I know that, this house itself would be is a tear down. And I think what you have to really look at longer term is that sea level rise is real, coastal flooding is real, and these older historic homes at some point are going to have to be raised up if they're going to stay. And I think that while I agree that the relationship between that historic home to the south, basically our floor starts almost at the level of their first floor. It's through no fault of what we're doing. It's just in essence what's there. And I think that in the longer term, for that nice little house to exist, I think the people that own it are going to have to pull it up. And I think that at that point, this will be a new house. And I don't think that ultimately the relationship will be all that unusual. And I would say too that what we did do was step the mass of the house back on the front so that to minimize the massing of the house along the road. So it's not end to end or setback to setback, as you can see here. There's the second floor there. You can see how far back from where the setbacks are that we've pulled the house in. So I'll take that back.
Where are you going to remove the 3 feet that staff is requesting?
The canopy, if it were to stay, is at the correct height, and this elevator that's there would only have to lower 8 inches, according to our numbers, for it to comply. So that's why we agreed to it. We can make it work.
That was not the intention.
No, what's the intention?
The intention is, the recommendation is your ceiling heights, your floor heights come down at least 3 feet. And additionally, no appurtenances exceed the 33, but your actual ceiling heights.
So we have a 11-foot ceiling on the first floor, 10-foot ceiling on most of the floors, and 11-foot ceiling in the master. So we'd have to take 3 feet, 18 inches out of those 2 floors. So we'd have 10 feet and not even 10 feet on the second floor. So 10 feet and 9 feet. Wow. We didn't really understand that, and we do meet the height restrictions. We do meet the height requirements. So I guess we're not in support. We would prefer not to do that. And so I guess elevators out, is what you're saying? And then
No, it's the massing comes down, and then the elevators at a max.
the thing is, if you take 3 feet out of it, the transoms will not work. Okay, they won't, because the upper floor, those windows are at 9 feet. So for a transom to look anywhere halfway decent, you need at least 2 feet. All right. So if you got 9 feet, you take 8 feet, you can have so the transoms won't work if that's, I mean, if we're going to take the 3 feet out, you'd end up with.
I have a question. So the outdoor upper terrace, how do you get up there? Is that through the elevator, or is it?
You have elevator or a spiral stair.
Okay.
Which I I asked if there was any historical precedent for an elevator shaft.
That might be a hardship, not a historical precedent.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I would say that like a widow's walk or a tower feature is not without precedent, whether it's an elevator or something else. So the element of that mass, whether it's an elevator or something else, if we were to change the proportions of the openings so that it looked more like a widow's walk type thing, would not be inconsistent with elements that I think are within this historic area.
I think it just makes it look so commercial to have that elevator shaft sticking out of the top of the building.
But it's back, you don't see it.
I think the pergola thing has to go, though. I think it's killing the architecture.
Okay.
It's a pretty house.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Frederic Mittner presenting case 2168 at 2415 South Flagler Drive. As you've seen, the property is mid-block between Valencia Road and Sunset Road in the El Cid Historic District. It is a non-contributing structure, and this is what is currently there, very horizontally oriented versus the new Art Moderne style with more vertical elements. Here's a close-up. It's got coins, it has a tile roof, it has the spiral columns. It's certainly been altered over the years. This is the context photos of the properties on either side. As the applicant indicated, the property to the north is non-contributing, and I do anticipate that application coming with the next few months for demolition, new construction on that site. However, the property to the south is contributing and is, I think, important to review in a context. So the demolition criteria, I believe, are not applicable here, and we are recommending approval of the demolition because we don't believe any of the criteria for denial exists. However, staff does have some concerns about the height relative to the adjacent property to the south, and then even one more to the south from that. You've seen the floor plans. I think it's a lovely design. The massing is broken up. It's set back from the minimum setback. It has a terraced approach to address the height changes. So I think that from a landscaping standpoint. However, the concern is this trellis because we don't believe it's consistent with the architectural style. We also believe that transom lights would be more appropriate. I understand the applicant just indicated that with a reduction in height, that may not be as feasible. The glass shall be clear, and that the overall building height of first and second floor shall be reduced by 3 feet. And then again, no components, such as the elevator, shall exceed 33 feet in height. And, sorry, somewhere in there, I did have the applicant was kind enough to show an example with transoms. That would be the one with. Again, it would, the proportions would change on that versus without, which was what was submitted.
Questions of staff?
So the reason for the reduction of 3 feet is because the massing of the house to make it more consistent with the neighboring houses? Or why?
Both. I mean, if you look at the streetscape, it's pretty jarring.
Yeah.
And so it's the massing as well as the consistency.
Thank you.
I do think it's a beautiful design. I think it's just in context.
So you're saying too, even as Mr. Lawrence proposed, if the other homes had to be raised in the future, you were saying there would still be disproportionate?
Well, the house to the north, again, I do anticipate an application for demolition, new construction. I don't know what their ceiling heights will be or their roof height, so I can't make that comparison at this time. And I don't know what the floodplain elevation is of the one to the south. But it is historic, so they could be exempt from lifting it. And So in the foreseeable future, it is not going to change.
Do you have any concerns about the elevator shaft?
I actually don't. I think it can read kind of like a chimney, but I think it's small enough. I think that's okay.
Is the applicant disabled? Is that why he needs an elevator?
I'm not aware.
You don't know that?
I'm pretty sure this is a developer project.
Oh, I see. But I think just in terms of historic, I mean, I know that elevators were invented somewhere in the late 1800s, but for residential use, I don't
Right,
think so,
not so
not in the
much,
1920s.
I think I'm fine with it. An elevator, I mean, of course, there should be accessibility, but does there need to be an elevator opening onto the roof? Because there's plenty of homes. I mean, there's the Fascio home here at 2111 South Flagler Drive. When they came before us, they added an elevator. But that shaft is not sticking up above the roof line because they don't have a roof deck, which that brings me to the roof deck. So I'm trying to think of any other properties that have a roof deck.
I actually think this one on the corner of Valencia and Medina might have a small one.
Yes, I've been on that roof deck.
We just approved one last month. We made them take the
Without a
top
roof.
off. Yeah.
I'd say that context was a little different.
Yeah, well, it was. The function, it's the same.
I don't know, I'm just thinking, I feel like all of these projects that are coming before us, they're, testing the limits, like seeing what we're gonna go for. And then if we say all of these are heard on a case-by-case basis, but they do set a precedence in some ways. So I just think it's so important that we're cognizant of that, especially at this meeting in particular. Any other questions of staff? No. Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this?
I'm sorry, I don't have a card because I didn't know I would be speaking. It's Lila Young. I just wondered if it would help if there is going to be something about a reduction in the ceilings. I think they're putting in an elevator at Sunset and Flagler. Are they not? At the house, the big house, which is a very big house. They're not putting in an elevator there? I thought they were, but, well, maybe they've changed their minds. But I thought maybe they'd been down here, and I thought maybe that would help with their elevator. It's the big house at Sunset and Flagler. No? It's okay if they haven't, I just thought they hadn't. I thought that might help with the ceiling situation here, because that's a very large home. They're doing a lot of renovation there. They did the whole back pool area.
No, I think Fred Tanny's house.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, they did install one. That's true. Yes, okay. So they did install one, but it is tucked in a corner. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it would
They
help,
did.
David.
You're right. They did install one.
And does it go above the roof line?
I'll have to double check.
I drove by, I don't think.
Okay.
But, you can give it a rebuttal. I don't know if you want to give a rebuttal.
Well, I guess the only thing I would say is that spiral stairs are, we try to, I guess elevators are a point of begin with the end in mind. I can say that for my own family member my father who built himself a 2-story house without a bedroom on the first floor and no way to get up. My point would be is if somebody owns a house like this, yeah, you've got an elevator, but wouldn't you want to use all the parts of your house? So, I think that, that would be the reason. It's just convenience is that, you're able to accommodate everybody at every different stage of their life, you know, or you have an injury or a disability. So I think that, you know, it is, the elevator shaft is pretty far back on our plan. It's in the latter third back of the house in the corner. So it's not in a super prominent spot. We'd be willing to take the massing and take the window openings and make them more punched so that it looks more like a widow's walk or something like that, if that would help. But we do think that just having a spiral stair access, you know, as you get older, you know, they're harder to walk on, and so that would be the reason.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go into executive session.
The styling of the home has precedence within the neighborhood, and I think it's a creative solution, different from what we typically see. But what I'm looking at, and it goes to say that I agree with staff's comments in whole, one of our standards, size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume, say that the physical size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume should be compatible with the surrounding buildings without overwhelming them. And if you go to that streetscape, I mean, there is no doubt about it that it definitely overwhelms the structures around it. And that it's in, you know, it's directly against what these compatibility criteria are recommending that we do. So the volume of it has to be taken down, that floor to ceiling height, in the manner that staff suggested. I don't see any way around that given this standard.
Well, Mr. Lawrence seemed genuinely shocked about his misunderstanding about reducing the ceiling heights. So are we calling for a continuance again so they could redesign the building?
I mean, I hate to say it, but I think I'd like to see, 3 feet is significant, to see where it comes out and if that's enough.
Right. That would be my question also. Is it enough?
Yeah.
Could we actually see that image again of the streetscape? I mean, I think that says it all.
I have a question for David. Is that all right? Is there any reason why we can't, are you talking about bringing the house down in height 3 feet? Is there any reason why it can't be pushed back to the west too? It looks like you just push everything back.
We'd be agreeable to doing that. We have a very large backyard.
It would help, you're right? It would
Sure.
get you off the street.
Sure.
In addition.
Yeah, I think if you did both, it might be the solution.
I mean, it wouldn't be an issue for me, but generally, it seems that in terms of the streetscape, if it was pushed back, it wouldn't be in alignment with the other houses as well. I mean, that's an issue that we have discussed in the past.
I think the siding of it might feel more similar to 2631 South Flagler that they have the image of. That's, a larger house. It's pushed further back from the street. The floor to ceiling height on that one is different too. The scale of it's different.
Do we want to see a study of how this new setback would compare to the existing structures? I mean, would that be helpful if we ask for a continuance? To see how far back it is, set back? Like an aerial streetscape.
I mean, it's really interesting when you look at the scale of the fenestration. If you copy and pasted that over the other structure, I mean, it's like half of the second floor of the structure adjacent to it.
That
So
was one of my concerns, the rhythm of solids to voids. I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of glass, which I understand that like
Mhm.
that's the direction that, you know, contemporary architecture is going in, and obviously there's beautiful views, but is that compatible with a historic district?
I also wonder if the extra banding that's at the top, that's adding to the feeling of bulk, I'm guessing it's there because you need the height for the railing for the terrace above it. But it's just adding to the mass that you feel. A very imposing structure.
So do we want to make a list of things that we would like to see?
I'm in agreement with all of staff's comments. So that's a pretty good list for me right there. I would also look at studying the banding on top to see if that can help reduce some of the mass and the bulk. I'm not sure if you want to look at anything fenestration-wise.
I think that would be a good idea.
A restudy of the fenestration so that the solids and voids are more compatible with adjacent structures.
Am I the only one that's concerned about the elevator shaft? I feel like maybe. No?
Concerned about everything on the top.
I'm sorry?
Concerned about all those things up there.
I know.
Yeah,
There's a lot going on up there.
I am also. I don't know if it's something that we are supposed to consider, but the recent article in the Palm Beach Post, when I spoke with that reporter, she mentioned when you're on a boat and you're passing through these neighborhoods and you see kind of this up and down of the structures, you see things further away in a boat than you see at the street. You know, historically, people would have traveled along the lake too, so I don't think it's outside of the realm of things we should consider, not just what it looks like while you're driving by and, oh, you wouldn't see it while you're driving by, because you do see it. You have an expanded view of it, of this neighborhood from the water. And you know, if you think about like Palm Beach and Lake Trail being the original street, it's a method of transportation too, in the same way that driving a car is.
Yeah, I just have concerns about every developer-driven project wanting to add a roof deck. I mean, we're already seeing that, I feel like, in commercial spaces.
Mm-hmm.
It's like every new building that's built has to have a roof deck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's a great amenity. I enjoy being on a roof deck. But, I mean, is that a good fit for a historic district, and is it okay to compromise, you know, how that new construction fits in with the neighborhood? Because I agree there's a lot going on up there.
I don't mind the deck itself. I think the covered trellis, and then you have the elevator shaft, and that's more prominent than the chimney, which should probably be the other way around.
So maybe a study to streamline it?
Just peel it back a little bit, you know?
Okay.
It's a very cool house with a great design. I think you just get it off the street a little bit and try to bring it down would be great.
Anything else?
Just on a different issue, since this would require two resolutions, could we pass the demolition and then perhaps have the continuance for the
Yeah, we
construction?
talked about this a couple meetings ago, I think, and we have to have the demolition with the new construction, so we can't approve one without.
Oh,
the
I
other.
see, okay.
It has to be concurrent.
Okay.
And that's to prevent vacant lots,
Oh, I
like
see.
speculatively just sitting there,
Okay.
which still happens sometimes even when we do it the way we're
Right.
supposed to. That one on Washington, it's just been sitting there forever.
But I agree with what you were saying in terms of the historic context of having the thing on the roof, the covered area.
The canopy.
Getting rid of that and then, dealing with the elevator shaft in a different way.
Mr. Lawrence, do you feel we've given some clear direction as to what we would like to see studied further?
I have a list. Would you like me to read it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to continue?
I move to continue case number 21-68 to next month's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, our last case of the evening is 21-69, 300 Valencia Road.
No problem, I'll get you started. Let me put this down. Which one would you like me to open?
Number one.
Good evening. I think I can officially say it's evening. My name is Paul Krasker. I'm here with architect Bart Cook to request a 3.5-foot variance from what the staff report requests. This is a particularly unique situation for me. In addition to being an attorney in town, I lived at 300 Valencia Road for 23 years. And I came here tonight because the people who bought it, Holly Ross and her husband Bernard, have been an incredible steward of a house that I care very deeply for in the last 3 years. I think some of the things you've heard tonight were people doing things before they're allowed to, doing things on their own, and not doing things the right way. And they've done the exact opposite. They've stepped into a house that certainly needed some work that I wasn't able to provide, and have put in over $1 million at this point. Not only structural things that needed to be done that you really can't see, but the right things to do with the windows of the house. Instead of getting modern windows, which they probably could have gone down that path, they're actually restoring the wood windows that came with the house at great expense to them, sending them to Orlando and back, living through torture without any air conditioning in the summertime. So I really think they've done the right thing. And they're coming here asking, again, for a 3.5-foot variance in an area where staff thinks there should be a 10-foot corner lot setback, and we think that 6.5 is sufficient. The picture that you can see on the top and the bottom here is the view where the swimming pool will be located. That's a 4.5-foot thick ficus hedge that you just can't see through. So to extend another 3.5 feet just for the rationale of meeting some code book in a house that was built before the code doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'd like to say that there are a few other reasons why I think that the 3.5-foot variance from what staff is recommending is the right thing for the house and the neighborhood. Number one, there's a 40-year-old butter avocado tree that's right behind that hedge. You can see it on the right side between the two palms. The house would lose that avocado tree if the pool had to be moved closer to the house. I can tell you, and I think Bart may have them or Holly may have them, these are the best avocados that anybody's ever had. They're the only ones left in the property. There were 7 avocado trees when I got to the property in 1995. 6 of them have blown over in the hurricanes. This is the only one left. I actually spliced this tree and brought it to my house when I left. So I think that would be a mistake to lose that tree. In addition, if you push the swimming pool closer to the house, you'd lose the outdoor space that is intended. I'm going to try to click through. You'd lose this outdoor space that's intended to go with the pool area, and that would be a shame. And the third reason that I strongly encourage you to grant the 3.5-foot easement is that all of the neighbors on all of the sides to this property, to the west, to the east, and to the north, anybody who would be affected have already written letters of support to the file. I think that's it. Bart, did you want to come up and talk about the connectivity to the specific area and why it has to be there?
How do we get back to the home screen?
I think I figured that out.
How do I access the menu?
If you minimize this, you would have
Okay,
it. Yep,
that's
so you
good,
can pick
thank
one
you.
of those.
Okay, what I have here is a little relationship diagram, and the ficus hedge that Paul discusses here, this is Valencia Road to the north, and that would be the property line. The pool we propose that's a 6.5-foot setback. So the relationship pool patio area that's existing now, there's access into the kitchen, and this is the bathroom, master bedroom, dining room. So relationship, this becomes the primary use entertainment area and probably where most of the enjoyment of this property will take place. So Frederic, I'm going to give this, let me get back to the menu here.
Yep.
Okay, now I got it figured out. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see here. Going to show you what our plan looks like. This is the North Olive side of the house, and this is the Valencia Road side of the house with the existing hedge, the pool, the patio, access into the bathroom and kitchen area. Well, I've messed up there.
Because that's not yours. You're saying that's not you? There you go.
Okay, this illustration kind of shows you, puts everything in context with the house, the yard. Right now, the Valencia Road is here, and you've got a 7-foot planter area with the existing palm trees, a 5-foot walk. So, and then here's our hedge. There's an existing vinyl-clad chain link fence inside the hedge here. You got the 6.5 that we're requesting, we're proposing. Then there's the lap lane here, and then this is the avocado tree that Paul was referring to, and you know what we're trying to avoid is having to shift the pool further to the south and encroaching on the root structure of that avocado tree. So that's pretty much what we're proposing.
Thank you, Mark.
It's understood?
Yeah. Again, you've seen other examples tonight of what not to do. I think they've come up with a great plan. I think that they should be rewarded for their efforts to date. And I don't think it's a significant variance to be asking for in the context of the livability of the space and the lack of impact on the neighborhood. I've lived in El Cid since 1989. I moved away a couple of years ago. I've seen it change to something incredible, and I think it's people like this who are investing in their community who should be rewarded for what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant?
I have just a couple questions. There's a knee wall along that sidewalk, right? So you're slightly above the sidewalk, the grade.
Correct.
Okay, so that helps. I'll be honest, you know how many times I've asked for a special exception for a full setback? I couldn't say no to this. But I will say one concern, I'm sure your landscape architect brought to your attention. The pool will be in the shade most of the time.
Understood.
Okay.
Our current owners, the husband is a former Marine, honorably discharged with a medical condition, and 70 years old, and he needs to swim 3 or 4 times a day, which is why the lap lane is the important thing for him. So.
And it's street abutting, which it doesn't bother me at all, but thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mittner?
Frederic Mittner, presenting case 21-69 for 300 Valencia Road, a Class B special use for a pool location and a setback waiver. As you have been told, the subject property is on the southwest corner of Valencia Road and South Olive Avenue. And as you can see on this aerial, really all the vehicular access points are off South Olive Avenue, and the only green space available is on the northern part of the lot. So the request is to have an exception for the front property line, because the front property line is considered the narrowest part of the lot. 25 feet is required, and they're proposing 6 feet 6 inches. So this is what they're seeking this Class B special use and waiver from. This is the image of the property from South Olive Avenue, and I also concur they've done a great job with restoring their windows. They're currently missing because they are being restored, and that is definitely commendable. These are the northern property line images that you just saw, big ficus hedge, and this would be the location of the pool behind it. So here's the proposal. Again, it is just 6.5 feet off the northern property line, which again is considered the frontage because it's the narrowest part of the lot. I concur that it's the logical place to put a pool. However, it is quite a jump from 25 feet to 6.5 feet. So therefore, staff's recommendation was approval because it does meet the requested waivers. However, I am recommending a condition that the pool not be closer than 10 feet to that property line, and that 1,000 square feet of green space will still be retained in the front yard, which I think will be easy to do that. And I think really the bigger point is the discussion of the paver areas here. I know they've indicated there's a tree here. It's shown as pavers on the survey that was submitted. So if the pool doesn't, if they don't want to lose all the paver area, perhaps some of the this area, not the lap pool, which obviously the applicant needs, this could be shortened in length. So again, that it's less of an impact on the setback request is my recommendation. But I do agree this is the most logical place on this lot.
Okay, thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Public comment? Okay, no public comment. We'll go into executive session.
I think Ms. Mittner's proposal is a fair compromise because I think disapproving this would be quite punitive, in my opinion, based on the conditions and so forth.
I'm wondering what the setback variance was for that property, that new construction you did with John Melhorn. The one that we just gave the award, because that was like very close, wasn't it?
I don't think we ended up,
It was 10 feet?
yeah, we moved it. You're talking about the fountain, right?
It was the pool and the fountain, right?
Yeah, they were both.
Because they were connected, that's right, yeah.
And the only reason I know that for sure is because it was my template for this staff report.
Right. A little more room to play with there, though.
What, I don't know the owner's name.
The property that flagged the town in the corner.
Yes. Yes.
So maybe there's a compromise? 7.5 feet, you lose 12 inches?
You know, may I speak?
Do you want to hear his, are you asking for his?
Yeah, I'm just asking if they would be open to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talked to the owners about that. They're concerned significantly about not losing a specimen tree, one of the last in the neighborhood. And I don't think that there's much of a compromise. I think that we're asking for a 3.5-foot variance from what staff has recommended. I think when you look at those numbers and you hear 25 feet all the way down to 6.5, you have to recognize that the front of this property was always set up on South Olive. It's the front door faces South Olive, the driveway faces South Olive, the architectural details of the house face South Olive. So to suggest that because a code came in 20 years later that has language that says that the smallest side of the lot is the front of the lot, that's not applicable to this house, and it's not applicable to many of the homes in El Cid, and you've already recognized that in other applications. So really, when you look at this house, that side corner lot side is a 10-foot setback. We're not getting any compromise from staff other than acknowledging that the house really faces South Olive. So the difference between 25 feet and 6.5 feet sounds significant, but the difference between 10 feet and 6.5 feet is rather small. And so we feel like we're not asking for much. Could we live with a 2.5 foot variance instead of a 3.5 foot variance? Yeah, I think we could save the tree with a 2.5 instead of a 3.5 foot variance. But anything more than that, and the tree's not going to make it if there's a pool in the side yard. And that doesn't seem very fair to me to a house that was built before the code was enacted. And if you're really talking about historic significance and historic value and rewarding things of that nature, this is one of the times that you can do it, and I believe it's justified.
Thank you.
I understand what the applicant's saying. We've been in this position in the past with properties that we've worked on where what the code is saying is your front facing is not, and then you're kind of facing this uphill battle because reasonable requests are now variances. I mean, I think this is a reasonable request considering the siting of the historic structure.
What about the open space?
I would defer to you.
Well, I'm just a question, I guess, for staff. Requirement of 1,000 square feet, what is there now? What would they be losing to get that?
No, they'll still meet it.
Oh, they'll meet it, okay.
They'll still meet it.
Okay.
I guess the point is they can't add a lot of additional pavers around.
Got it.
So you could still have that as a condition. If you wanted to, I guess, give them the 6.5 feet that they're requesting. I have, seen the work that's being done on this property, and it's definitely very high quality, and I think that is certainly appreciated and should be rewarded. So my preference, I think, is to definitely approve the variance as requested. So I don't know how everybody else feels, but if someone would like to make a motion.
And you have language at the end of this case in your packet specific.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant application number 21-69, a request by Holly Ross for a Class B special use permit to allow a swimming pool within the front setback at 300 Valencia Road. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2nd, Section 94-36E3 and 4 and 5 has been met.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, and very convincing. Great. Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
Oh my gosh.
Now that it's not contingent on approval.